All right. I'd like to welcome everybody to the 2022 Innovation Challenge. And we're excited. We have a full day of high school participants. First off, I would like to thank our sponsor, Fifth Third Bank, for their continued support for the 9th year of our Innovation Challenge. It's been a very exciting, unique partnership over the years. We've seen a lot of exciting businesses that have launched out of our challenge. I would also like to thank our panel of 5 judges. We have Deb Richard, who is from our Kettner School of Business here at Trine University. I have John Milner with Fifth Third Bank. I have Josh Wenning with Region 8 Educational Service Center. I have Mike Gorman from 21st Century EdTech, and David Corcoran, a regional entrepreneur, has a number of businesses. So without further ado, I would like to call up our first participant. Let's get right to the heart of it. Carta.
Hello, my name is Simon Lasenius, and this is my business idea, Carta. So the problem. Online maps such as Google Maps or Apple Maps are a great way to navigate, but they lack proper local support. There is information, but it's not that much information on roadblocks, traffic jam, police speed traps, or debris on the road, for example. So the solution, a map for drivers that already know the way. A map program that is layered on top of Google Maps, which would include more information about factors that can slow you down, such as big events, constructions, debris on the road, or school buses, for example. Users will be able to input information to others to see, to help each other and build a safer environment on the road. The market size. The initial market size of my product would be just DeKalb County. There are around 43,000 people in DeKalb County, but I estimate that around 15,000 people from the age of 16 to 40 will be the main users of the app. Competition. Waze is another app using almost the same concept. What would make me stand out, though, is the highly localized support and being able to perfect my service in one county before expanding. Business model. I would try to get a large user base first through effective marketing and using user feedback to improve my product. I would then be implementing ads as my first source of revenue. And then I would like to get events and restaurants to be able to market through the app, paying to show up more or showing their queue times for drive-thrus or sit-in dining. So marketing and sales. To market, I would try to collaborate with a school to be able to get out information about cancellation, other school events, or school bus routes. That would target the audience students, which in the US, about 76% of students above 16 drive to school. I would then try to market further via local Facebook groups or other social media platforms. So ad revenue. According to Creative.onl, an ad company, the average ad revenue per ad banner in about one day is $0.1. With a market size of approximately 15,000 people, the maximum income that I would get per day is around $1,500. But even with a market size of about 10%, that revenue would be $150 per day. My plan to progress. The first thing I would do is find a software developer that can help me make a prototype version. I would then get it to a test audience that can give me a better feedback on features. And I would try to get a collaboration with a school and then implement the ad program. Future milestone, as I said before, get a prototype going, get a large enough user base to be effective and helpful to as many people as possible. And then expand the map service for being a hub for marketing events, finding friends, or helping restaurants market. So how would I use the $1,000? I would first hire a software developer to help me, and then keep the app from using ads as long as possible to make the experience better. My team is myself, my mom is a legal counsel, a software developer, and Mrs. Jonser as a mentor and teacher. Thank you.
We have about 4 to 5 minutes that the judges can field questions.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Okay. So how did you come up with what percentage of market share you feel you can get in DeKalb County?
I used to lower number. There wasn't really any thought behind it. I just thought this is the maximum, and even if I get just a small percentage of that, it would still be a good amount of income per day.
Follow-up question. So you mentioned the other company that currently has this, basically the same product. Is that a nationwide organization, or is it just a local service like you're talking about?
I'm from Sweden. I'm an exchange student, and that company is like an international. I think it's here, but it's also in Sweden. So in Sweden, it has kind of the same features, but I went into it here, and I didn't see the same amount of stuff in where I live in DeKalb County now. So, yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Is this okay? Cool. Hey, Simon. This isn't more a question as more as some feedback. So, Waze obviously has some of the features that you're describing. Apple Maps has just recently started doing some of those features as well. I will give you a suggestion, because this is an idea that some friends and I have been looking at. Weather. A lot of people plan their trips around weather, but I've not seen a good app around there that shows where's the snow and ice going to be and how do you route around that. So that's something to think about as maybe something that could be very unique in this application.
Thank you.
First of all, wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I was wondering, at what point do you see, I see some beginning startup costs, software developer, all those types of things. At what point do you see possibly breaking even and then turning a profit?
I have no idea how long it takes to make an app, but if you laid it on top of Google Maps, I would assume it's easier to make, and within maybe 3 months, and after that, I would just need to get users. So maybe 6, 7 months if the user base got as good as I wanted to.
Do you have any sense of the size of critical user mass that you need in that first launch? Like, is it you want 1,000 users, 10,000 users before you start turning on revenue streams?
Maybe around 2,000 people. I would guess, like, if I target a school, I would be able to get, I would not say, maybe 20% of the school, and then try to get it out to their parents and all that stuff. And if it's a pretty good sized school, I would say I would try to, it would maybe get up to 2,000 in the beginning.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Great job.
I would welcome Otto Brights to the stage. If you'd like, you can use the center table for the display and the mic slide. To the right. We'll look to the right. There you go. Okay, so we have a judging technical difficulty. I will, all right, so I will get that fixed right now. If,
I've restarted it, so close the app and restart the app and it'll default back to.
if you do that for this one, and I will get it to rough that properly.
So after we submit, it's going back to the old link.
Yep, so I will get that fixed right now. Once you guys close and restart the app, you can get started and I'll fix that for you.
Hi, my name's Connor Wooler, and this is AutoBrights. AutoBrights is a product I've designed to fix the problem of safety and convenience. AutoBrights is a product that will be mounted to the front of your vehicle, and that will it'll control your high beams. The reason I came up with AutoBrights is because I was talking to my entrepreneurship teacher, Miss Johnson, and she was complaining about how at night she can't use her high beams because she doesn't like to blind other people. But with AutoBrights, she's able to because this makes it convenient. AutoBright's solution is to take the electronic system and mount it to the front of your vehicle. It will detect the light level of the surrounding area and relay it to the electrical system, determining whether your bright should be on or not. Showing right here, the red lights are the running lights, and then the white lights represent the high beams. With it being darker, they're on, but if I add a bit more light, they'll turn off. The market size for AutoBrights is unique because it really determines on who we get in contact with across however far we can go. It'll mostly be like used car shops and repair shops for vehicles that will take them and install them and market them. AutoBright stands out because it's a product for all vehicles, newer and older. Instead of just the newer vehicles that have features similar to this, AutoBright can be installed to vehicles older as long as it has compatible electronics within the vehicle, allowing AutoBright to control the high beams. Another thing that will make AutoBright stand out is the fact that it'll be kept cheaper, so that way it's available to many users rather than just the people that can afford it. The business model for AutoBrights is to take about 133% of the original unit price and sell it at that for retail, allowing it to be cheaper, along with making it a decent profit. Also, I want to apologize for the slides. This is not how I had it done. Future milestones for AutoBrights are things like getting the first prototype done that works with a vehicle that we would drive every day rather than just an RC car like I have here. Also, along after that would be milestones like making the first sales and making the first customers happy. To market AutoBrights, it would be through things like social media and through local word of mouth, like local businesses, schools, newspapers, and things like that. For social media, I have accounts for Instagram and Facebook. On the AutoBrights team, it is really just me working on it, but I have plenty of people I work with, like my teacher, Miss Johnson, and a couple other teachers that I work with that help me with the mechanical engineering and design. For the funding, I would take this and continue to prototype with it, and once I have a fully functional model, I would take that and I would buy more bulk and parts. That way I could keep the costs cheaper, along with getting it to more people. And that's it. Any questions?
Hi, good morning. First off, great job I really appreciate the fact that you built a working model for us to be able to visually see kind of how your product would work. Can you tell me a little bit about how ease of installation of your product? So, for example, could an average person following basic instructions, be able to install this in their vehicle, or would this probably need to be done by a professional level with, car electrician experience, that sort of thing?
I plan on making it very simple to install, as simple as mounting it on the underside of your front vehicle, or on the other side of the front of your vehicle, and then plugging in a unit to the electronics inside the vehicle. I believe it's called an ECU. It's on the driver's side on the left. You just have to plug in the wiring there, and then it's just as simple as that.
Thank you.
So good job. I guess, so this is retrofits, it sounds like, because there's newer vehicles that have similar features.
Right.
Have you thought about a kind of all-in-one replacement light bulb that does all of this, that people could do as well, instead of add-ons? Have you thought about doing that potentially?
I actually haven't, but that's a really good idea. I could look into something like that. You mean like replacing the light bulbs in the front of the vehicle? Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, like you have smart bulbs today.
Yeah.
So doing something like that where it's kind of, there's no real retrofit, it's just replacing something that's already replaceable, so then it goes into retail and other places like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good idea. I'll look into something with that.
Another idea, first of all, sweet RC car.
Thank you.
But no, when I think about people who leave the lights on at home, somebody who maybe travels for work and things like that, and they know they won't be getting home till late, having that same technology in the home where it dims, and maybe that's already out there, I don't know, but really great concept. But if you can tie it to some type of green technology, some type of green marketing, might be really, really useful for you.
Actually, you're gonna like this. Using the same technology, I did something like that with my room, to where anytime I go into my room, my light will turn on, but anytime I shut my door, the light will turn off for me.
First of all, I really like the fact that you really look to see that what's on the market right now, and then how can we retrofit. I think that's some good research there. As you look at this, what was your biggest obstacle in creating your prototype? Was there anything that you had to persevere, and was something that you really had to test and test and test?
Really just putting it together and coding it. I could not get the software to work with the electronics that I had at first, but other than that, it's been a pretty smooth process and just a lot of research being put into it.
What did you use for your computer tech?
The computer tech I use, it's Arduinos, and I use the Arduino IDE for the software.
I too think this is a really fun idea. Tell me, like, if you were a marketing person here, tell me if you were going to market this. I saw AutoZone up there, but like, how much further could you take this? Is it that easy that it could go like a Walmart or a Myers, that they could pretty much pick it up and take it off the shelf and take it home?
One day I'm hoping to have something similar to that in stores like AutoZone. Like you said, you saw it on there. I'm hoping to get, once, obviously far in the future, once I'm more progressed with this, I want to try and get into contact with people that own AutoZone and try and get it put on their shelves and have it just as a simple aftermarket product, much like other people would buy radios off the shelves or things like that.
We have about 2 minutes remaining, if there's any other questions.
Just out of curiosity, did you do any patent search just to see what was already there even for the aftermarket?
I actually have not done any patent search yet, I'll be honest.
Since you did say there was competition who uses this, do you know who that competition is, and how does their lights work to detect that?
The competition is basically just like the brand new vehicles, like Tesla, and I know there are Ford models coming out, like 2023 and 2022 models that have things like this. It's much simpler. It's probably just dim the high beams as soon as it sees oncoming traffic. But with auto brights, I intend to do more, like make it to where it'll dim lights going into cities and things like that too. although I'm sure the other newer models have things similar to that as well. I'm not entirely sure what all they are capable of.
I was just going to say, I love the idea of a retrofit. So I have a VS30. It's on a new Winnebago, and it does that. I just noticed this when I was driving it this last fall at night. And so as an oncoming car comes around, and it actually lowers the beam. So it doesn't dim them, it actually lowers them down towards the road. And I thought, boy, that is one of the coolest features that this vehicle has. So if you can make that available for all the other vehicles, I think that's pretty neat.
You know, I've had somebody say something similar to me about an idea like that before, where the lights do physically just turn down a bit or turn to the side so that way it doesn't blind people. But yeah, that's something I could also look into, and it would be very similar to something like this.
It's very cool.
All right, well, that takes us to about 4 seconds on the clock up here, so I doubt that there'll be time for another question, but I thank you for that. So.
Okay.
You can exit stage over there. Can you guys try the judging portal, see if the sheet in front of you, as we stated, project IRCM.
And one question is just because when we're looking at, especially the presentation itself, was there some problems in bringing the transforming it into another slide presentation?
So the issue that we saw with the deck
Yes.
here, I think it had to do with formatting of fonts.
Okay.
And I thought I had caught all of them, and I had missed some.
Okay,
So,
I was
yeah,
wondering.
so, with that, I will welcome IRCM to the stage. So you can toggle to the right for your slide deck, and it will be on there now. Mic is live, and I'm going to start the timer. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacob Bridges Stanball. Two of my other group members were not able to make it today, so if I don't know all my parts, sorry. We are IRCM, or Innovative Robot Beach Cleaning Machine. So the problem is there's so much litter on the beaches, popular ones, everywhere. People have made robots to clean the waters, but they haven't made any like beach. I think one company has. So the Innovative Robots Cleaning Machine, or IRCM, is going to pick up sand through these little trays and shake the sand out, and then throw it in a trash bag over a pressure plate. There's going to be a motion sensor and like a, I don't know how to describe it, like a claw to pick out like animals. And there's going to be a solar panel on top to charge it, obviously.
If you could hold it up here more. There you go. I think that it's not getting direct signal if you hold it below the deck.
Okay. So market size, it's roughly on. Okay, well they didn't update my things. I had to change some stuff, but roughly we are looking for like trying you guys for a market size or anyone over the age of 18 to buy our stuff. Our competition, again, it didn't update, is Bbot. They have made one where you have to remote control it, and it docks to charge with solar panels. I mean, that's basically our competition. Again, this didn't update either. We are looking, Bbot has like a 90,000, I don't know around how much they charge for their bot, but clean the beaches, they charge more. We want it to be more of a, like money, not money issue. We want it to be more affordable. So we don't want it over like $100,000. I have a Fusion model for it. Of course, I couldn't bring it because I couldn't print it in time, but. So this is the diagram that I drew up, I think, at the beginning of this year or a little earlier. So at the top, the solar panel is going to be so that way it gets sunlight. And then there's going to be a plastic so that way it doesn't fill with water, the trash bag for the pressure plate. You're going to have we're going to make an app on your phone so that way it tells you when the trash bag is full. You have the claw, and then for the wheels, instead of using extra wheels so it gets stuck in the sand, we're going to have like kind of like a tank type thing where it rolls. As you can see, it's picking up the trash, shaking. The battery is going to be under like the conveyor belt. There's going to be a separate compartment for it. Future milestones, again, this one didn't update either, but our future milestones is first to get it built and able to function. Our second milestone is going to be cleaning major beaches, or hopefully every beach around the world has at least one. We want everyone to like our project, and we want to help the impact of wildlife, not to have animals dying for no reason. Our team are going to be engineers who have experience building robots. You know, we don't want anyone not knowing how to build because it's not good. People who have experience with advanced technology, being able to set up solar panels and with making an app. People who have experience, people who can fund our business and our ideas, like Trine, or like, yeah, sorry. Again, I didn't have time to rehearse everything. There's one more slide. It was coming here to like greet you guys and see all your guys' faces. Because of COVID, it's hard to do all that. So I figured I'd thank you guys for letting me come out. That's it.
So we have about 6 minutes for questions.
So how big is this thing?
So it's going to be around a little, probably 2 of your guys' desks combined like this, and then it's going to be around 2 of your desks combined the other way too. So around probably like 6 feet. It's not very big.
So, and you're thinking about $100,000. That's what you think it's going to cost?
Well, the slides didn't update. It was more of like 50. Like we went it from like 50,000 to 100,000 in between there.
So that's a lot of money per unit. How do you think the beaches will pay for this? Because then you'll have maintenance and upkeep and things like that. Just curious what your thoughts are.
Community, you know, taxes, all that. I know that's going to be a lot to pay for one little machine to do a lot.
Quick question. So the buyer of this, who do you think that ultimately is? Is it municipalities that are buying? Is it private landowners? Like, who do you think is the buyer? And then second question is, how do you measure how effective the machine is? So, for example, is it the amount of surface area it can cover in a day, so that when somebody is buying it, they can say, okay, well, this will cover so many square miles of beaches in so much time?
The answer to the second question is going to be how much trash you can pick up, and like you said, surface area, how much trash it can pick up, like tons or bags. We want it to be able to clean beaches, and of course it's going to keep getting dirty, but in like 3 months being able to clean an entire beach. What was your first question again? Sorry.
The buyer. Who is the buyer? So
Oh.
is it
Hopefully
parks? Is it municipalities? Like, who do you think is buying this?
hopefully we're looking for like private investors, just so that way, you know, we can get a sturdy foundation.
The technologies reminded me a little bit of kind of where we were at several years back with home robot vacuum cleaners, right, that are pretty common these days, right? So the concept of having a machine that's picking up our trash or dirt for us, and certainly haven't been, as many of us have been to the beaches, we know this is definitely a need. I'm wondering about, is there any ability to take the technology ideas from what we've learned with home robot vacuums as far as sensitivity to running up against things? Obviously you have to be careful it doesn't hit people, or as you said, animals, or, you know, little kids or yeah, go into the ocean and just keep going or something. So is there a way to, do you envision a way to kind of take from that technology and layer it into what you're looking to do with your creation?
Yeah, so our project's kind of like Roomba. You know, if you're associated with that, where you have to draw like a exterior where you don't want it to go. So I'm hoping to be able to put like a motion sensor in front of it to be able to like tell that like the water's right there. You don't want to go in there, and you know.
Have you considered maybe trying to implement like an environmental side of that? It would be really interesting if you could, if the robot could actually sense whether or not something could be recycled. So maybe it's like food waste in one bucket and plastics or something else that could go into another bucket. It's an interesting idea, and I think you could take it a step further with the right type of electronics and sensitivity that goes with it.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that, but I thought that was kind of hard to like, well, not hard, but to find something that could decipher what is trash and what is recycling. We'd have to have something that could like squish it down to see like pressure-wise.
I like your idea on really trying to keep our planet clean, and that whole green emphasis. Have you thought, what type of research have you done? Have you looked into GPS type technologies, similar as what we see in automated farming or anything like this? Basically, how is this navigated, and how does it set its boundaries? Is it totally app-based, or is there a GPS aspect that you're thinking of?
I have not thought about that yet, but I'm, like me personally, I'm thinking it's gonna be more of like a GPS type thing where you like draw a barrier and then it'll have like a motion sensor.
1 minute remaining. If there's any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. I would welcome Poppet Shoe to the stage. So a corded mic, there's a wireless if you want to talk also. Slide our toggle to the right, and I'll start the timer. All right. Just toggle to the right button. All right.
So, our intervention was the poppet shoe. So, the problem that we wanted to solve with this shoe was for, disabled people or troubled that can't really tie shoes so much and, and have shaky hands.
Raise above the podium. Take this above the podium. It doesn't have line of sight.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to. There. But also, the market size that we're trying to do would like to give it to companies as possible to see if we can do like smaller ones. Show it to them, possibly get like a idea and sell it to them. Just try to get it out there, get the idea out there, and then maybe possible if like bigger brands see it, they could buy it off of us in a way to get us there. Your turn.
Our biggest competition would be Nike with Fly Ease. That would be our biggest competitor in the market. Business, we plan to start off in like small companies like Target or so yeah. Future missions. We future milestones. Our biggest problem would be a manufacturer, so big company wouldn't accept our pitch or our product. No big brander would be wanting to buy our product off of the smaller company idea that we had. And our future milestone is to get this shoe out to all the troubled and disabilities in the world to help, just help save them time tying shoes and putting shoes on. So for our team, we would like to team with popular businesses like New Balance, Nike, whoever would accept the product to be a part of their company. So this picture right here is the first model that we have of our shoe. Now we have 3D printed out our first model to scale. So what our product is, ideally, is the top part right here would pop up. You slide your foot into the top. You lock this down. Our logo, which is the little bow tie kind of thing, would twist, so it auto lace down to tighten it. And this little button right here would be releasing the auto laces from the top of the shoe to pop back up. That's our presentation.
We've got about 5 minutes for questions.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Morning.
So help me with the the picture was very helpful, by the way.
Yes.
And glad that you guys brought an actual replica or something to demonstrate what you're trying to do here. Because it did help clarify a lot for me. But how will the user of it, so you're talking about possibly people who might have
Yeah,
disabilities.
so this problem has occurred to us and came across our table. We are planning on making another model, which is a pole almost light thing that would twist like a crank to help lock down the shoe off of our logo. So it would click onto our logo, twist, and the auto lacings would click down.
And because this solves some problems, I think, for some folks.
Yeah.
What other items out there in the market? You mentioned one by Nike, some kind of folding shoe.
The Fly-Ease.
But basically, any type of slip-on shoe is competition for this.
Theoretically, yes.
But this is better. So my
Yes.
question is, why is it better?
It's helped focusing the people that can't, how they have the little hooks and you can't get your finger through to help slide your foot in. So this has helped solving, any hand competition. So if you can't move your left hand, you can't get that right shoe on.
I'm curious, where did the genesis of this idea come up from? How did you come up with this?
We had the thought of people, my godfather got a disease called sepsis. So my first mind was to help him get shoes on. Because I know with him not being able to move his hands, it's a difficulty to put shoes on. He has to have other people help him. So I figured making this shoe would help get people like him with hand difficulties or leg difficulties to get the shoe on.
First of all, I really like how you've come up with a product that really is addressing a real problem. That's awesome.
Thank you.
I was wondering, what is this shoe made of? What is its actual material? Because I can't think of it as a typical,
Yeah.
whatever. What?
Our main materials would be a mesh-like material, cotton, something that would be in an everyday shoe, like New Balance shoes, just pretty much any kind of shoe like that. So we'd like to make it mostly out of rubber, the sole, the logo, the button, so it'd be an easy clip on to the pole, like I was saying. So trying to help not waste materials, but make the materials easier to use.
I'm going to add one thing too. I have some stitches on the top of my foot right now, and so
Yeah.
it's not a matter of the dexterity with my fingers. It was the matter of actually slipping that shoe
Yeah.
on, or boots today,
And
or whatever.
that's the other thing. If somebody said that surgery on their foot and has stitches in their foot, they don't want to put that slip on to ruin those stitches. So that's the ideal, is this part will curve around your foot so it doesn't hurt your feet when you're putting the shoe on.
Great. So some additional marketing thoughts there and whatever. And then I also had a question about, obviously you mentioned Nike and that they have some competition.
Yeah.
But why New Balance? What is it about as you research? Why New Balance is what you're interested in?
New Balance does work with a lot of troubled and disability people. So I know I've researched on their company, and they've partnered with a lot of rehabilitation companies to help give shoes out to people that can't pay for them right away or just have for them.
Got about 2 minutes if there's any other remaining questions.
You know, besides cotton and rubber, are there any other mechanical parts that are in this shoe?
Probably like magnets to clip down the auto lacings from the top of the shoe to the bottom of the shoe.
Okay.
So it's secure. That's what the button is. It's releasing an electric wave to release all of those. And then a springy mechanical in the tip of the shoe, to flip up.
Okay.
What design program did you use to mill that with? What?
Fusion 360.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
No further questions? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. All right. We have Phone Panel Plus? All right, very good. Come here. So keep this over the top of the podium when you try to toggle the slides. Toggle to the right. Your slides will be up and your time. All right. And mics are live. Thank you. All right. There you go.
Okay, so I'm Aiden Donlin. I'm the guy who made Phone Panel Plus, I guess. I went into this business adventure, I guess, with like the idea that like this could happen in a perfect world, because sometimes I like to think of things in the most optimistic way I can.
Over the podium. There you go.
Okay, so Phone Panel Plus has a slogan: anyone who has a bad phone battery, we keep it charged. You know, so like, if you have like an older phone, and you like the environment, you might like this. Basically, the problem is, like people's phone batteries are running out like way too quickly, and they don't really want to buy a new phone, because that's expensive. Yeah. I don't really have like much references to go off of, so I have to improvise, kind of. That's like a rough idea of what it'll look like. It'll be a phone panel, or it'll be a phone case with a solar panel on the back, and the solar panel will take energy from the sun, and it'll put it into your phone. I haven't worked out like exactly how it's gonna work, because I'm not the best with hardware, but I mean, again, like in a perfect world, hopefully I can make this work. It's also kind of nice because like you don't have to like put your phone like in a cord like right next to a wall all the time. It has like some more benefits. So I didn't actually like do that survey legitimately. But I mean, again, in a perfect world, I feel like a lot of people would enjoy it because of like how environmentally like friendly it would be, and like how much it could cut down on like the cost of like making and producing electricity. Because like I mean, everyone has a phone, and everyone needs to power it somehow, and usually you get the power from like the wall. But if you get it from like the sun, that cuts down on a little bit. And like if everyone has this, that could make a decent impact, I think. Again, in a perfect world, just like very out there numbers. Yeah. Target market, 90 billion. I don't think really, or the total accessible market, but yeah. So this is kind of out of date because I made this in 2021. Maybe some of these companies have more things over me, but what or like one of the things I wanted to do was make it with like all recycled products. I want to make all the materials recyclable, like as many as I can. So like to be as like environmentally friendly as possible, essentially. The price to like make it, I kind of calculated around like $50. That was like a very rough estimate with like some Googling. Like I'd sell it for like $70 or for $75 per. I'd advertise it mainly online ads because like I mean who doesn't? It's the best way to get something out there. Like it's possible for basically anyone to see it. Yeah. I'll mainly sell it in like online stores because again, just like online ads, like anyone can go to it and see it. And then hopefully like if I can like move the company forward after that, like the phone repair shops, phone stores, etc. So the target customer market would be people who have a bad phone battery, so like people who can use it and get some use out of it. Preferably outdoors, people who like outdoors, because you need the sun to have work, and preferably someone who shares like the same like hopes, I guess. It's like moving the world to more like renewable energy, more things that don't use up our resources as much. So again, in a perfect world, this would all work out. I could get the company launched in 2022. I could pay all my employees level wages in 2023, and say like from 2024 to 2030, we could be known like nationwide, and hopefully from 2020 or from 2030 and then on, like a global company, and at least everyone has heard of us. So that's me. That's when I took the picture of me, I guess. Straight A student. I still have straight A's. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
We got about 3 minutes for questions.
I just want to comment. So a couple things. One, I really like the way that you did the competition slide, where you basically put a comparison in a chart like that. That's very, very good.
Yeah.
You see that on a lot of professional presentations like that. So nice job on that.
Thank you.
On the market size, I also like the way that you use the concentric circles, and you showed kind of your beachhead or target market and the total target market size. I will tell you that usually your beachhead or target market is usually significantly smaller than your target market or than your total market size. So I would kind of encourage you to think of a narrower market that is more unique and tractable that you can go to a little sooner or faster to. And so it might be 5% or 10% of the total market, not 90% of the total market size.
Okay. Thank you.
I really like that you've already thought about your marketing, and I can see that in you actually have a slogan there, never run out.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
Thank you.
What I was wondering, I'm still trying to get a grasp on it. The solar panel itself replaces the battery, and does it have a battery within it? In other words, I'm thinking about nighttime use.
It
things
wouldn't
like that.
replace it. I think for some phone cases, maybe it'll have like a battery in it, for like extra storage. But I think mainly, the power that the solar panel gets will just go directly into the phone battery. I think like there's like the charging rings you can just like put your phone on like at night. It'll have something like that.
Appreciate the problem that you've identified. I think all of us can relate to that as far as looking back as to why we replaced a cell phone along the way. Usually power charging is one of the reasons why that goes, slips near the top as our phones become outdated. A couple things just to think about as you look at this and maybe take it to scale is, just thinking about things such as a lot of people like to have a magnet face on the back of their phone to be able to stick up in their vehicle or maybe in their workplace or environment.
Yeah.
And also the case, the protective case itself that might be able to encapsulate the whole phone to help protect it from falls and things like that. Is there ability to make sure that that's encapsulated into the solar panel piece itself so that you're not only providing power, but also providing protection and safety for the device, or customizable aspects of it. Obviously, as people like to use their cases as a way to express themselves,
Yeah.
the thing that they're interested in or care about or like. So very interesting topic. Again, I agree as well. I love the way you've incorporated the marketing pieces here. I'm sure our marketing expert can speak to that down here, but definitely caught my eye. And I agree that with the chart that I saw as well with the competitors, I was immediately thinking to shopping on Amazon. As you scroll down and you see every time they have comparisons to similar products, prices and features and things like that, and you've again encapsulated that in your presentation. So well done.
Yeah, thank you.
We are at time, but go ahead.
I'll just make a quick comment. I too liked the competition analysis, but I also thought about that more from a durability perspective, only because that is usually cases like we're nervous about breaking our phones. And so in my mind, I started thinking like how breakable is a solar panel? How far can it resist? So that might be something additional to consider, not only the competition but also a durability perspective for the solar panel one that you're offering, and then other really name brand cases that we buy simply because they protect our phones.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Bent be gone. So you can feel free to use the center table, this table, whichever mics are live. And then you press to the right arrow to toggle your slides. And if you're here, make sure you keep it above the podium. So, all right, and your timer will start. Yep.
Hello. I am Stardust, and I have created something called Bent Be Gone, where, sorry. So I've noticed that my chargers usually stop working either by accident or however, but they usually bend. And so I've had to get quite a few chargers. And I've noticed that with my recent ones, they've kind of been starting to bend while they charge. So I have created something that holds on to the actual cord here, and it holds it in place so that it doesn't bend or move while charging, or if you're holding your phone, and it pretty much just keeps it in place. At the time, I didn't have the skills to create a 3D model, so I modeled it with the silly putty I had on hand. And this shows relatively what I was thinking, although I did switch the design just slightly. So the people who would be willing to buy this product would most likely be parents with kids who typically handle their phones a lot, or people who are in situations where they need to charge it, and it's in the a pretty bad place to be charging, so that they have a longer lasting charger. I have noticed that there are other products like mine, and one of the products that really stood out to me was the ones that hold onto the actual cord and keep it from getting frayed. And this is, my product is different because it doesn't hold onto the cord, and it keeps the actual head of the charger from bending. Commercials and social media would probably be the best place to sell this product and advertise it, because that's what a lot of people are using, and typically social media is on phones, which could really stand out to a lot of people. Big retail stores like Walmart, Target, and even some gas stations could be a good place to find this product, because it's really available at all times. And I'm not the greatest with modeling in Fusion 360, although I have done my best to create this model, and there were many prototypes before the final product. But having to find a company that wouldn't overprice my product would probably be the biggest challenge. 3D printing is probably the best way to create this product. I have noticed that it's a really fast time. It only takes about an hour and a half to print this. And if we were to hire somebody who can make and design a better model, it could reduce that time. And if I were to get sponsorships and money, I would most likely use it to buy filament to 3D print this product, and to get more 3D printers so that we can reliably print at a faster rate. So it slides right onto the phone, and I have modeled it after mine just for this demonstration. And it's a pretty tight fit, so you can hold it upside down. And then the charger fits right into the middle, and it latches around the charger itself and keeps it in place. And we have increased it. So this was the first ever model that we made. It was mainly to test how large we need to create the charger port, but over time we've increased the size down by the charger and gotten rid of most of the plastic in the front, and it latches onto the back for a tighter fit. That's it.
All right, we've got about 4 minutes for questions, 5 minutes for questions.
So you brought multiple prototypes of which is fantastic. Shows that you have some initiative and you're willing to make the changes to make your product better. Okay? So my job in the real world is I'm a banker, and time is money. So with the 3D print times of an hour and a half, would you as a business owner consider other manufacturing processes to lower costs and get things done sooner? And if so, why?
Yes, and I have thought about that quite a bit. Plastic might not be the best, and the other products that I've seen are made of rubber, which might be softer on certain surfaces that you charge it. I would be definitely willing to look at other materials and other ways of printing and designing this so that the cost and the print time would go down.
I love the iterations that you've gone through on that. It just really shows that you've really stuck with it and kept trying different things and different things and different things. Just amazing. What I'm wondering is, what are your thoughts on, the one thing I didn't quite see, and maybe I missed it, was what are competitors' pricings on something like this, and what are you looking at as possibly what this may cost in its pricing?
So I was really hoping that if I were to sell this product, I would make it relatively maybe $5. It could go lower. I have noticed that, and I have used the other products, they are typically sold in roughly 5 to a pack, and they go for around $5 as well.
Fun presentation. I very much enjoyed the humor on your slides, so thank you for that. I like your project, and I kind of wondered, you showed the competition was the cute little animals that really just kind of keeps the cord itself from fraying, and it might actually be something for you to consider maybe doing both. I like your idea of preventing the metal from moving, but why not also incorporate the cord from fraying as well? I know I use my cord charger in my phone all the time, and definitely I've had to replace that one quite a few times because it bends and gets all over the place. But I could see it helping for both situations, so just something to consider.
Yeah, and some of the people that I've talked with about this have suggested adding a spiral to the bottom that would also keep it from fraying. This is what I was able to print in time, though.
I'm just going to echo what some of the other folks said, which was I love seeing the iteration of prototypes and kind of how you're evolving your thought process on this. I am one of these people that definitely has this problem. It's not the cord, because the cords aren't relatively inexpensive to replace, but actually, as I'm driving, the thing, as you're moving it around, it disconnects, from your car, which you might be charging it, you might be listening to music, audiobook, et cetera, and that's extremely annoying to me. I've also had a phone where the actual inside connector has failed because of the amount of torsion that I'm putting on that cord. So I think it's a great idea. One question I would have for you is another competition that you might suggest is just the whole concept of wireless charging and Bluetooth, because it's just another way of doing similar things. Now, I'm one of these people that doesn't like Bluetooth or wireless charging, which is funny, but very good job. I just wanted to comment on that, and thank you again.
Yes, and I have tried using wireless charging before, but I find it to be very inconvenient. Like if I'm out and I forgot to charge my phone overnight, or if it just wasn't placed correctly, so it didn't charge at all. So that's why I find this to be a better solution.
We have enough time for one more comment.
One last thing, and this is just a thought. Because it is still sizable, have you thought about any other uses that base could give the phone? In other words, is there any extra thing I get now, not just saving my cord, but is there something else that base could do? might you want to bling it up a little bit or design it, or, I mean, any thoughts like that?
Yes, I have considered that. I never really thought of other uses that really stood out to me. It could be brought up, and like with this, instead of just covering the entire phone, it could be used as a phone case that you can just print right at home for like accessibility.
Thank you. Take your time getting your stuff. All right. Thank you. I will welcome our final technology presenter for the morning session, the Red Stop. All right. So you can present from the podium, mic on center stage, toggle to the right for your slides. You want to keep this above the podium so that it can line us up. And total presentation and Q&A 10 minutes, and I'll start the timer when you're ready. All right. Ready? And toggle to the right for your first slide. Yep, there you go.
Clicked it.
There it is.
Oh, that's not ours.
That's the wrong one.
Well, that was what was submitted to us electronically.
By us?
Yeah.
Oh, they took my submission, not yours.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Is there a way
Okay,
we can like send it to you real quick?
So that was a submission deck that we got electronically. Yeah, the only one that we received.
Oh, that's not the right one.
You
We
can do
did.
this one, though, Keith, because I think I can do this one by myself.
So-
Like, that's like the wrong one.
Well, I can see if we can pull it up. We have a little bit of time. I can see if I can find it. Let me, yeah. We've got, we're ahead of schedule by about 5 minutes, so I'll see if I can get their deck up. Come with me over here and see. Because, step out here. Because what we were submitted was that, so.
I think it's under line.
So, let's see here.
So, I just start?
All right, we're ready to go. Judges, thank you
Okay.
for,
Here, come here. So our product is called the Red Stop. Okay. Okay, our problem is that in the United States alone, a person is hit and killed every 88 minutes. And that number needs to change, and we're going to try and get it down. Ooh.
All right, so the way we're going to try to solve this is the solution for this. We're going to have an invention block off sidewalks from having people who are not paying attention to hit the crosswalks and get hit by a car for not paying attention. And this can also help out the driver if they have a blind spot or can't see through bushes or obstructed areas. So this will be like a win-win situation for both people, so nobody gets hurt at all. All right, and our target size, we would like to target I would say the cities of each state that have like high populated areas, like California, Los Angeles. For more people like New York, for people who like to travel a lot and walk around the street way more than like the more rural areas like South Bend, where we're from. And if that goes out well, we'll try to expand our product to other nations so they don't have to experience people getting hit and losing their lives. All right, our competition, this really isn't any competition, really. Since most states are getting rid of like traffic lights and cops can't cover everywhere during traffic, this will probably be good for us to expand and use this to protect people overall.
Our business model, we're hoping to get paid like 100,000 a year, but we dropped it like to 10,000 because the governments will just set them up and like check if they need any updates. So we'll keep checking if they like get like fixed or hit by other cars. So we're asking 100,000 or 10,000 a year to make sure they're like kept in shape and good check. Is it clicking? Okay, go to market. We're hoping to sell this to like people that own like parking garages, businesses, or even school zones, because kids like walking sidewalks by intersections could like get distracted or something. So we need to target like business owners that own like garages and things like that. Here.
All right, money and milestones. So our long-term milestone is to at least make $1 million in revenue, which is going to be hard, but if we try hard enough and try to protect more people, we can accomplish that. And then a short-term goal, if we are able to get this off and running, is to prevent at least 100 people from getting hit with our product. And then for this team and experience, we'll have to have decent engineers and decent people with technological creations and knowledge, so they can be able to use our product connected with the green lights, traffic lights, and everything, so it'll be able to be responsive, quick, and make sure nobody gets hit due to delay reactions.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, that's it. Thank you for listening.
we have about 5 minutes for questions.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
So what does your product do? Like, what's it look like? What does it, is it something that raises up?
Yeah,
Help me understand that.
It's gonna be like 3 pillars that come out from the ground, like on the sidewalks. So like, and when a green light activates, they'll come from like the ground, or it could be like laser activated, like detecting, like it detects the cars coming and then it goes up. So it's gonna be like just like maybe holes in the sidewalk and they come out. Like there's no like for sure design yet. So it could like be changed and adapted like depending on like how tall or like long the sidewalks are. So that's how it's gonna be.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm kind of curious, you know, obviously we have walk, don't walk signs right now.
Mhm.
So, and people just circumvent that. They don't care. So,
Yeah.
I mean, is your theory that by having something physical that people are going to pay more
Yeah.
attention to that?
Yeah, like, cause like nowadays people just walk with their phones and they don't pay attention.
Yeah.
So like they could just like bump into it and like run into it instead of like actually getting hit by a car. Like, cause that simple thing like that just saves someone when they just like run into that thing instead of just walking into the street.
I like the way, first of all, you did a nice job tag teaming that between you and trying to actually look at a real world problem like this. What have you thought about, and I think you maybe said it there, but I'm sitting here wondering about the liability or this would come just out of the ground then, and if I'm on my phone, is there a chance I could fall into a car? Or, I mean, what types of thoughts have you given to safety of using a device like this?
So yeah, we was actually talking about this earlier. So from the design we have in our head, it's kind of simple, and like if you actually are paying attention, if you want, and like you're in a rush, you could probably just slip through the cones. So what we were thinking is like have small gates in between it so it's unslippable, and have cushioning so it's not a hard hit, so you can just like have the force make you fall. But it'll be like a light tap, so it can give you like a reminder to like check your surroundings. Because like sometimes you'll be distracted and somebody taps you on the shoulder, then you like look around so you can actually know what you're looking to.
And I'm just kind of thinking, as you continue figuring out what your prototype might look like or how it would work, is thinking about like all this weather, obviously, where you're going to put it and how it would operate in inclement weather and things like that. So just a thought as you're coming up with that.
Any final questions?
I was just going to say, one thing maybe also to think about is, so I love the idea of what you're trying to do. I mean, obviously you understand that there's a lot of people that die from this all the time. The question that I would have is, are there less intense ways of solving the same problem without digging up the sidewalks and installing a whole bunch of stuff? And, are there other ways that you could also solve this problem as well that don't require as much construction type work? Things that make it harder to sell a product like this. So I would encourage you to kind of think, great idea, are there other implementations, other ways that you might be able to do this that are easier to deploy?
No final questions. Thank you. Well, again, I'd like to thank all of the technology participants this morning. That concludes the morning half of our presentations for technology. Amy Miller, if she could raise her hand, has the meal tickets, as well as Brenda, to distribute for our high school partners that have come to visit. And we'll be having a lunch hour and returning back for the award presentation in just about an hour from now. Look forward to seeing what the judges have determined on our morning session, and see you in about an hour. Thank you. right. I'd like to welcome everybody back from our lunch break. Hopefully, everybody had a nice taste in Whitney Commons. It's always a good lunch. So, without further ado, we are going to announce our award winners. We are going to start with second place in our technology competition. I would like to welcome Auto Brights from DeKalb High School to the stage. Second place comes with a $500 prize for our student. And we'll get you, we'll contact you with paperwork that you need to document to get your check. All right? Yeah. And I would like to welcome our first place winner to the stage, Bent Begone from Career Academy of South Bend. First prize comes with a $1,000 non-restricted prize. Well, appreciate all of our morning participants in technology. If you are an afternoon participant, we would ask that you exit the theater and proceed to the green room across the hall if you're presenting in the afternoon. If you are just a morning participant and would like to stay and watch the others, we would encourage you to stay here. But we'll give everybody a moment to go to the green room if they're presenting. All right, I would invite our first afternoon business entrepreneurship presenter, Advanced Physical Therapy, to the stage.
I also have a copy of my business plan.
You're more than welcome to present from the podium. There's a wireless mic if you're more comfortable walking
Yeah,
around.
I'll do that.
And then your slides are just to the right on here, and they're already queued up.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And we'll have 10 minutes total presentation and Q&A. And I'll start the timer when you start, and I'll just kind of interject and let you know where we're at on time.
I can remove it from there?
Yep. Just slide up there. It should be on, I believe. Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Hi, my name is Eleanor Young, and my concept is advanced physical therapy for athletes. I'm a runner who got injured, and I began to research techniques, exercises, and routines that could help advance my recovery. Now, the injury might seem like a bad thing, but really, it was a blessing in disguise because I learned a lot about my body and what it could do once I learned how to properly take care of it. So, I created the business idea of advanced physical therapy for athletes because sorry, I need a moment. I apologize. So when doing more in-depth research about physical therapy, I concluded that many athletes' needs are unintentionally neglected due to the wide range of patients. Usually, physical therapists treat a variety of patients ranging from an athlete to an elder recently out of surgery. Due to this wide range, many athletes' needs are unintentionally neglected.
Is it not scrolling to the next slide?
No, I just. Sorry. I'm going to backtrack a little bit if that's okay with you guys. Usually, physical therapists treat a variety of patients, ranging from an athlete to an elder recently out of surgery. And because of this, the PTs are unable to really hone in on those athletes' needs. Now, the reason our business is designed for athletes is because the athletes' needs are generally more extreme than the average patient. For example, athletes' mentality, routines, and diet patterns can be significantly more extreme. Therefore, they require more detailed and intense knowledge than the average patient. So, I created the idea of advanced physical therapy for athletes, which ensures that each and every athlete gets the necessary advanced recovery process for them. Additionally to specifically working with athletes, we apply a unique holistic approach, which means we take into account outside factors such as nutrition, lifestyle, and behavioral patterns. Studies have proven that holistic approaches to the physical therapy process can be extremely beneficial and can help advance the patient's recovery. While there are clinics in which athletes are a priority or in which a holistic approach is taken, very few, if any, combine the two to create an extraordinary business such as this one. We distinctly analyze athletes' overall bodies, like I said before, the psychological aspects, the mentality, and diet patterns, which is extremely overlooked with general physical therapy. Also, the therapist will educate the athlete along the way about their own body through recovery and teach them how to avoid future injuries and help them transform their outlook on their training so that they're able to conquer their sport. So how the business will work is any athlete with an injury will come in and will work with one specific physical therapist throughout the recovery process and will receive one personalized plan in which it considers psychological aspects, like I said before, with the holistic approach, psychological aspects, behavioral issues, or behavioral patterns, and overall lifestyle. Also, throughout these sessions, the products that are incorporated through these sessions will be available to purchase on our website, and the practice space will also be available to rent as another way to bring in revenue. With 22 physical therapy practices in Northwest Michigan, only one is dedicated to sports and 0 apply a holistic approach. And this affirms the need for this business in the area. With 25 nearby schools and plenty of local athletes, this unique holistic approach to physical therapy is absolutely necessary. Our sales force includes use of a website, social media, newspapers, radio stations, and banners. We will attend local sporting events and hand out business cards to coaches, athletic directors, and athletic trainers, as well as hand out flyers. We will also establish positive relationships with nearby wellness centers and hospitals and other fitness organizations and hand out business cards and flyers to them as well. With our projected clientele capacity, the 4 physical therapists will earn an annual income of $90,000, 1 accountant who will earn an annual income of $85,000, and 2 secretaries earning $30,000. Now, the reason there is a top physical therapist is because in order to avoid power imbalance throughout the business, there needs to be a principal physical therapist. So that is the reason for that. And any additional employees added will not be shareholders. And I forgot to mention, sorry. The 4 physical therapists will be shareholders, which means that they'll have to invest in order to start the business. And that means that the principal physical therapist has to invest more when creating the business. The major milestones with this business, for the first 11 years, the main priority in the first 11 years is to pay off those loans that the shareholders obtained. Now, to do this, since the business is an S corporation, this allows the net profit to be distributed between the shareholders, or the 4 physical therapists, and they will use solely the net profit within those first 11 years to pay off those loans. Secondly, the next goal is to construct a new and improved practice with more space, so that the third goal, to hire additional employees, because we need more space. There we go. So the total startup expenses is $1,057,658, added to the total profit loss in the first 3 years, which is $541,824, which equates to $1,599,482. And to cover this amount, each of the 4 physical therapists, or the 4 shareholders, must either save for this investment or obtain a loan. But for the sake of the rest of the financial bit, I'm assuming that each of them obtain a loan. And at the beginning, I gave you guys all the financial analysis, which further explains the expenses and the profit loss than in the presentation. And those loans that the physical therapists obtained to start the business will be paid off those first 11 years by using solely the net profit. And after the loans are paid off, the next financial goal is to start saving that net profit for the new practice. And then once that's done, obviously the big financial goal is to bring in immense net profit, which we'll be able to do once all that is done. Oh, that's the end. And so here at Advanced Physical Therapy for Athletes, we are able to educate the patient about their own body in depth, which they're unable to grasp at any other practice. And the emphasis we put on the athletes, along with the holistic approach we apply, is planned to put this business on the path for success. Thank you.
So really nice.
3 minutes for questions. Go ahead.
Am I on? Yeah. So really nice presentation, very well thought out. And you incorporated a lot of the aspects that we're really looking for on here. So I have one big question for you. Are you studying to become a physical therapist?
Yes, I'm actually attending Trine next year in the PT program.
Great. And a follow-up question. Are you going to be the top?
Yes, that's the plan,
Okay.
yes.
All right, just wanted to make sure about that. I'll hand the floor to anybody else.
I was just going to say, first off, I could totally see you in a boardroom 10 years from now, taking it to some investors. I think you're hitting on an important area that I think is lacking in American medicine in general. For those of us who've all experienced the healthcare system, we have so many specialists, and specialists are not oftentimes able to think about holistically what's happening in our bodies. So the broken bone we heal by putting a cast around it, but we don't think about what we put in our bodies, about what else we're doing to help generate and repair and heal that bone and the rest of our body. So I applaud you for thinking about how to combine these different aspects of medicine into a new approach. It'd be definitely new for us in Western culture. I don't know if you looked at Eastern medicine, it tends to be more similar in Eastern medicine. We have more of a holistic approach to how we approach those things. So I just really want to applaud you for that and applaud you for presenting today. I think you did a great job, and
Thank
what a
you.
great start to our afternoon session. So best of luck. Thank you.
First of all, wonderful. I think I can see the passion, and the passion comes from personal experience, which will take you a long way. I did have a question, and that was on the S Corp side. I think I understood that the PT salaries were shareholders as part of this S Corp. Is there a reason that you structured them on a salary then, or did you think about having their salary more based on how much business they're creating in a revenue? You must have struggled with that a little bit. Do
Yeah.
we have a constant salary, or do we whatever? Could you talk about that for just a second?
So the annual salary will be $90,000 for those physical therapists, And the reason why they do need an annual salary is because those first 11 years, like about 11 years when they're paying off those loans, the net profit, they're using the net profit to pay off the loans. So otherwise, if we didn't have that annual income, then they wouldn't be getting any money. And so the S corporation allows them to use the net profit to pay off those loans, so they're not dipping into their personal income or their personal lives to pay for this business.
Enough time for
A quick question?
no, a few questions.
Oh, okay. Very nice job on the presentation. So I'm a marketing person. So you've got an opportunity here, yes, for athletes, but also for, I wouldn't call them athletes, but the casual athlete. How do you think about the promotions? Yes, and me too. How do you think about the promotion side for both of those? Because they're kind of different target markets and what you would do with them.
Mm-hmm. The business will definitely accept any kind of athletes. We definitely do put the emphasis on the athletes, though, just because they have those different needs than the average person. So we will advertise that it's welcome for any athletes, whether they're athletes, it's just a hobby for them, or they're professional level athletes. And yeah, we'll advertise that both are welcome.
I'm just going to follow up with that.
Okay.
But I think that's really an interesting market that most of us don't actually really think about it. Like the casual runner here, you know, when I have an injury, you know, you're kind of self-medicating yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't ever really think about going to a physical therapy place because that's for athletes, not necessarily the casual person. So I think it's a really nice idea and a nice area to kind of focus some of your advertising on or your marketing towards when you get started on that. Nice job.
Thank you.
And just one final thought.
Question,
Oh,
comment.
are we
Fine.
out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Final.
So when it comes to getting money, a loan, it's very challenging for a startup to get a loan from a bank right away, especially for a large dollar amount. So something to think about over your next 4 years while you're at Trine is networking with other folks, because you may, if you want that large of a sum up front, you may want an investor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just something, and oftentimes doctors make great investor pools for people who are doing something that's medically related. So just something to think about over the next few years for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, thank you. I would welcome our next participant to the stage, the carriage. So you can present from here if you'd like. Wired mic, wireless up there. Slides will toggle to the right. Total of 10 minutes, including Q&A, and there'll be a clock on the podium here. And I'll interject at the time. So once you get started, I'll press go. And you can just toggle over to your next slide, and that'll be your first one. Start, ready?
Yeah.
All right. On your mark. There you go. You'll need to keep it above the podium when you click because it actually is connecting up there.
It's back there.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Cole Lazinski, young entrepreneur, and my business venture is called The Carriage. Okay. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about me and how this idea came to mind. I was born in LaGrange. I'm a senior at Lakeland Junior Senior High School. The idea is driving Amish factory partnerships and grocery delivery. Why here, you might ask? LaGrange County is in the top 3 highest Amish populated counties in Indiana at 37%. Within 1 year, from 2020 to 2021, Amish population has grown 2.8% and is around 60,000 people of the Amish community in Indiana. And how this idea came is my love to travel and drive. When I started traveling and driving, I normally just look at the views, take a bunch of pictures, make sure I have those, all the pictures, all the videos. Okay, the problem, Amish drivers are on call, own time, and random pricing. This meaning they can choose not to show up, they can choose not to call you back, they can choose whatever they want to do because it's their van. My solution is professionalizing transportation, one company, not on call. See this list over here? You wouldn't have to go down a list and call each and every single name waiting for a call back. And my anticipated market size would be around 3,000 customers per year. My competition, the only big competition in LaGrange right now would be LCAT, which is another transportation business. My business model will be factor partnerships, charge per mile, van advertisements, and grocery delivery. My marketing and sales, my marketing will be by word of mouth, advertisements, and online websites. Sales, charge per miles, $1.50 per mile, under 4 people, $1.25 per mile, and wait time charge, $12 per hour. And right here you can see I have a feedback page for my website where you can give us feedback. You can also request appointments, like when to pick us up, or when to pick you guys up, as well as here's on the right side is the top page and the top of my website. Which my website's still under construction, but it will be a method to contact us and give us feedback. My future milestones would be getting this business big enough to have grocery delivery as well as transport to happen at the same time. My team would be myself and my mentors, Tammy Maxey from Entrepreneurship Academy, which is my teacher, Bob Allball from Entrepreneurship Academy, which is another teacher, Beth Sherman from LaGrange Chamber of Commerce, Sherry Johnson from LaGrange County EDC, and LaGrange Chamber of Commerce. My asking use of funds would be maintenance $500, oil $50 each, insurance average cost per vehicle would be about $750 to $1,200 per year, marketing expense $300, van expense $20,000 to $40,000 depending if I get a new or used van. My gas expense about $50 each. In order to start up this business effectively, I would need around $100,000. Thanks for listening. Do you guys have any questions?
We have about 6 minutes for questions, so go ahead.
So really nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. And my first question is this a one-person operation? I mean,
It won't
you're
be.
the driver? No, to start.
Oh, to start, yes. To
Okay.
start, I don't have any employees yet, but I would like to have a bunch of employees.
Okay. So I've got a challenging question for you.
Yeah,
You talked about your website and advertising online.
yeah.
Are your Amish
It's-
your
it's-
end users? Are they
yeah.
your customers?
See,
So help me understand that thought that you had.
Yeah, by word of mouth is how I would expand it to Amish people because, you know, they don't have, like, online stuff like that. But I would like to expand it to, like, grocery delivery for everybody. Like, it wouldn't just mainly be Amish. It's just, like, for the focus at the beginning, the startup of it would be Amish.
Excellent job with that answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can relate to the, I need you to come to Allen County for this because the Amish young lady who cleans our house does not have a driver. So we are in the midst of a dirty house. So I think, one, I could totally see the need. I'm in my mind, I'm thinking like Amish Uber. And that's not, I know it's probably, I'm not trying to be facetious when I say that or any, in my mind, I'm trying to simplify what I'm seeing. And that makes sense to me. I don't know, can you help me understand better the need on currently, like LaGrange County, for current transportation for Amish? You mentioned it's kind of a one-off in your one slide. You mentioned prices vary, drivers vary. Can you tell me a little bit more about the inconsistencies in the current market when it comes to transporting Amish people in LaGrange County?
Well, I've just heard where people have been known to not call back, or they have known to have just gone down a whole list. And talking about the Allen the Allen place where you're talking about. I would like to expand the business eventually to have it like around Indiana, not just LaGrange. And back to what were you saying?
No, just identifying that need about where the current system is flawed, let's just say.
Yeah. Really, it's just the drivers. It has to be one. It has to be a company. 'Cause if it's just random drivers like the list, it won't work.
Very, very nice presentation.
Thank you.
I really like that you are looking at multiple streams of revenue. I like the signs on the vehicle along with not just having people pay whatever. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
One thing I'm wondering, I'm trying to get this idea of what type of income you're hoping. I see your expenses, I see your startup expense, and I did see some of the charging. What type of income are you looking at from this outside of, you know, even if we took out that 100,000 and just looked at our yearly expenses?
Are you saying like where's the income coming from?
No, what are you looking at? What type of revenue are you looking to have?
How much money will I be making?
You got it.
So about that, I would need to do more research about how much money I'd make in the long run. But I just know, like, I did some research about like other drivers, how much they're making, and LCAT, how much they're making. That's how I based my prices off of.
What did you find through that research?
I just found that it was around $1, like $1 amount, and the vans were very expensive. Also, I've heard there's a lot of disabled people who need rides because they either can't see or they can't walk. And I figured, well, my business can do that, you know, help out with that too as well.
Nice presentation. I just have one suggestion, and it is specific to this particular slide. When I look at information like this, I start thinking, so I see gas expense $50. I'm not quite sure if that's $50 a week, $50 a month, a year. You might, for this, just so it's a little bit easier for us to, you know, kind of figure out what it is as a whole, whether I'm looking at it for a month or a year, you might want to kind of like start to
like break it down.
To break it
Yeah.
down, yeah, and kind of
Yeah.
give just an easier glance at versus us trying to figure that out in our head. But
I agree with that. Thank
yeah,
you.
nice job otherwise.
Thank you.
About a minute. Any other concluding questions, comments?
One final comment.
Okay.
You have a skill. You have a talent. Being able to answer questions like that confidently in front of strangers twice your age, really good job.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm glad you said that. I didn't.
I'll take twice.
Good job.
Thanks for
I'd invite our next participant to the stage, Palate d'Amor. I'll let you pronounce it so that I don't butcher it. How's that? So you can use this mic wireless and slides. You're on your first slide and you just toggle to the right. I would encourage you to keep it above this. That's the problem we've been having.
With the clicker?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you keep it down here, it doesn't communicate to the back. And I gotta reset this, sorry. Cancel. So timer will be here 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay,
Here it is.
awesome.
And you can adjust the mic down if you want. So
Oh,
go ahead.
yeah, probably gonna need to. Okay, good afternoon, judges. How are you doing today? Good. Awesome. My name is Litzy Munoz, and I am a young entrepreneur here to present Palette de Amor, which translates over to Palette of Love. And a little bit about me, I've been involved in FFA for 5 years. I've been in DECA for 2 years and a peer coach for 2 years, which it allows me to work alongside with kids who don't have the emotional support or that can't work in a classroom setting. And it's really opened my eyes to see that kids just need that person to support them. And being involved in FFA for 5 years, you could say has grown me a lot to agriculture, especially plants. I literally treat them as if they were my babies. So some problems that my company has identified is that there's a lot of unused material that can be converted into products. Also, mental health needs more awareness and to be talked about more, as well as Mexico's products don't get the money for the hard work that they put into their products and the time. And there aren't any fun activities for people of all age within my community, which on a real note, it can be kind of boring. So my solution to that is to make an art therapy studio for my community, starting with the website with subscriptions. I'll be using wood, ceramics, and recycled materials and pottery mugs from Mexico, helping both my community and a country that I love. So my market size, sorry judges, take this down. Can I?
The wireless up there.
Oh.
Wireless as well. I got this, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yep. So my market size will run from families, and this can be a fun activity for them to do together. They can come in with their kids and just be in a comfortable space and do something fun, as well as artists, and this will draw them to a new comfortable space where they'll be able to do something that they love. As well as students. I know that there's a lot of sports teams and organizations that are always looking for something to do together to bond, and this is a perfect opportunity. Kids with mental health problems, I'll actually have classes for them, specifically art classes, and they'll be able to come in together with people who want to do the same thing and just be around positivity. As well as my partnerships, which will be the Bowen Center, the Northeastern Center, and Elijah Haven. And my building will be closed down on specific nights for them to come in as a group together. Competition that I have is Open Door Gallery in Sturgis, Michigan, which is like 10 minutes above from where I live, above the state line. And what will set me apart from them is that my studio will be aimed towards mental health. I'll also have an online store where I'll have subscriptions and families can get a package every month so that they can put a kit together to spend some quality time, as well as pottery classes. And then after I graduate with my psychology degree from Trine, I'll start having my classes for kids with learning disabilities. So my business model, it'll run from business to consumer, and money flow will come from my website orders, my subscriptions, my partnerships, my art classes, and reservations. I will advertise by social media, which will be like my biggest thing because I don't know if you guys may know, but TikTok is huge. There's literally kids that you see on there that are like 5 making videos up to like 80 making funny videos too, and it's just awesome to see, as well as Instagram and Facebook. I'll also advertise through my website and my partnerships, which I mentioned earlier, and they are the Bowen Center, Northeastern, and Elijah Haven, as well as surveys to find out what people want to see on the shelves that they can pick out and paint. As I said before, my sales will come from the customized sculptures, the amount of paint, clay, and wood that I use, as well as my subscriptions and the Mexican pottery mugs, and my classes, which are the pottery classes and my special art classes, as well as the room runouts for bigger groups. So future milestones I will hit is my first stage will be a website, which, as I said before, will be subscriptions and people can customize their own sculptures. And I'm hoping, well, after I graduate, I will have my building from the money that I make from my website, and from there I'll be able to start having all my classes in person. So my team that I've been working throughout my journey
is Tammy Maxey and Robert Albal, which they are my entrepreneurship educators, as well as Rebecca Peterson, and she's my FFA advisor. Katie Allen Casson, and she is my peer coach director, as well as Jill Yoder, she's from Crossroads United Way. Sherry Johnston from the LaGrange County EDC, Beth Sherman from the LaGrange Chamber of Commerce, Nicole Heflinger from the Small Business Development Cooperation, and our art teacher from my high school, which is Coley Jacola, and as well as my partners, which are the Bowen Center, the Northeastern, and Elijah Haven. Asking, use, and funds. So I'll need about $3,300 to start stage 1 of my business, which stage 1 is my website, and that will cover the pottery wheel and the kiln, as well as my laptop and all my tools that I need. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time. Do you have any questions?
You got about 5 minutes for questions, 4.5 minutes.
Really well done.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm a banker, that's what I do for a living.
Awesome.
Having realistic targets for what you should do to start up, your last slide was phenomenal.
Thank you.
I need this much for this, I need this, and it's a realistic number for somebody starting up a business.
Definitely.
So really speaks to what you want to, what you're going to be able to do, because you have a really realistic expectation at the very beginning. After a few years, big things can really happen.
Yeah.
But no, really, really nice job. And the other thing I think of is, and you didn't touch on this, and you may not have even had a class related to this or whatever, but are you going to be a for-profit company or a non-for-profit company? And just because it's called non-for-profit doesn't mean you don't make a livable income and reasonable income. So those are things over the next couple years that you might want to think about, because when you're nonprofit, a lot of those organizations you talk about partnering with, they rely on grants from banks and large companies and things like that, and that's how they pay other nonprofits to help them. So just a thought, but really, really good job. Thank you.
And I was just going to add that I loved your slide that had all of the people that you are connected with, not just the 3 organizations and not just your teachers, but all of those other people. And as you continue, and you seem to be the type of person who's going to continue to make those connections, and that will really increase your ability to help those people that you're trying to help.
Thank you.
I was going to follow up with that. I too was thinking of the nonprofit question throughout your presentation. Again, just a question. If you decide to keep it on the for-profit side, is there thoughts to growing, franchising, growing? What are your thoughts about that if you keep it for-profit?
Yeah, so I actually, after I do this, I want to open one that's like a wine and paint. So, like a lot of people can come and do that. My grandpa also owns a mountain in Mexico, and I'm hoping to have my own business there where I can hire my own workers and they can get a good amount of money so that they can maintain their families.
Excellent. I really, really want to say something. You have shown something at your age that I didn't learn till I was 80, and that was your ability already to network, and that will take you a long, long way. And I also just want to really press on that idea, because everybody's been talking this nonprofit. Do you understand the nonprofit, how you can still make a profit as a nonprofit, or is that something that you feel you may have to investigate after hearing this a little bit?
I'm still looking into that, like what I want to do with my business, so I'm going to have to do more research to figure out where I want to go with it.
So I also very much enjoyed your presentation. There's a lady here locally, Janelle from Relic Emporium, that you might want to connect with at some classes and such. Not necessarily the same concept that you're doing, but something similar that might be a nice networking connection
Awesome.
for
You
you.
said Janelle from where?
Janelle, she's from Relic Emporium.
Relic Emporium.
And you can Google it for Angola and it'll pop up.
Okay, awesome. awesome. Thank you.
I'm also a professor here at the university, so regardless if you come here or anyplace else, I would highly encourage you to consider a minor in entrepreneurship or business, just so you do get those additional experiences and education in those areas that you seriously are gonna want. And you're amazing already, but these will just take you up the ladder to the ones that you'll definitely need as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope to see you.
You will.
Forget about it. Just a second. Go. Yeah, final comment.
Just a final comment on, you look very at ease up there, and that's really hard with people 2.1 times your age. But really, to be able to stand up and do something like this at your age, really nice job. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would invite Amos and Samuel's Cafe. Yeah, you go ahead and set the stage, and you can use the wireless mic over there if you'd prefer the podium. So. So slides are to the right, and I'll start your timer when you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy Cook, and I'm here to present to you Amos and Samuel Cafe. Coffee with a Cause. So my story, I'm extremely passionate about ending child slavery in Haiti and politics. The first time I ever traveled to Haiti was on a missions trip when I was 8 years old, and that's where I instantly fell in love with the country. There was two little boys who instantly grabbed my heart. One right up there, his name is Amos. That was the first picture I ever took of him, and then on the right, that was him a couple years later. And then the other one is Samuel on the other side, which is why the coffee shop will be named Amos and Samuel. So the reason for the naming of this coffee shop is, as I said, these were two little boys that I frequently visited. I would go twice a year and see them. They were just like my favorite two little people. But the last time I went in 2018, they were not there. That's when I learned about the reste avec system in Haiti. So a reste avec means a child slave. It's very common in the Haitian culture. Over 300,000 children are living in child slavery in Haiti. So this is where I came up with the Amos and Samuel business plan. I believe that the best way to end child slavery in Haiti is through employment, which is what this coffee shop will be doing. So all of the coffee that will be sold in this coffee shop will be produced in Haiti. The manufacturing company will be there, which I already have connections and people with a coffee farm in Haiti, so I think that this could go hand in hand. There's also a very big need for a drive-through coffee shop convenience store in LaGrange. We currently do not have one. So the hours of operation are also a problem. We have one other coffee shop, but they close at 12 during the week, and they are not open on Sundays. And also, Haitian coffee has a very unique taste. It's very flavorful, and I think that bringing this into the community will attract a lot of attention. And then the two problems in Haiti are lack of job opportunity and then the child slavery aspect. So the solution. I will provide my community with a drive-through convenient coffee shop. Haitian coffee is cheaper and is cheaper to import into the United States, so it'll be cheaper, but it'll also be have a very good taste and be very flavorful. It will be available. So here's some facts about coffee in the United States. Over 400 million cups of coffee are sold each day. 7 in 10 Americans drink coffee every week, and 62% drink coffee every day. The average American coffee drinker drinks over 3 cups per day. I think that this business will attract a lot of travelers, people who like to experience different culture. So my vision for this coffee shop is to be just like you would see a coffee shop in Haiti. I have some examples up here. So I'll have art in the coffee shop as well that people can purchase. This is directly from Haiti. I had one of the women there. She gave it to me. Some more examples. And then they also do this all by hand. This is made out of metal, so these will be sold there as well. And then this is a coffee cup made by one of the women out of pottery. So my market size. I think it'll attract people like jewelry wearers. I'm also going to sell jewelry in the store. They love making jewelry, different types of pottery. Like I showed you, art is very big there, so I will also sell that type of stuff in my coffee shop as well. My competition, as I mentioned before, Huckleberries. I have their hours of operation up there now, and then also McDonald's is the only other place in LaGrange that has coffee besides the gas stations. And so my hours of operation. After doing research, I have found that the best time to be open is on Monday through Friday, 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. I did this because I want to open extra early because we have a lot of factory workers in our area, and I think ensuring them a good quality cup of coffee before they go into their shift, I think I would get a lot of business through that. And then Sunday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., I can grab the church crowd, and then Saturday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. My value proposition, ending child slavery in Haiti through employment while also meeting a need within my community. Marketing and sales. Social media is a big one, as far as like Instagram, Facebook, TikTok are all ways that I know I can grab my generation especially. Speaking at community events, handing out flyers, having coworkers, friends, students, and teachers, and family spread the word and fill out surveys so I know what they're looking for in their coffee shop. As well as enlist an ad in the newspaper and on the radio. Cost structure. So right now, inflation's pretty high, so a typical building would cost around $880,000 to $300,000. This will include a drive-through, a sit-down area, and a parking lot. Espresso machines often cost between $10,000 and $20,000, and a good roaster is around $15,000. All funds received will go towards the items listed above. So sales. My sales will come from coffee. It's not just going to be coffee. I would also like to sell like different types of foods and other types of drinks commonly found in Haitian culture. Merchandise, I'll definitely have t-shirts and obviously the pottery, the art, those different types of things. And then donors and sponsors. I have looked into a nonprofit aspect of it as I am teamed with another nonprofit in Haiti right now. And then future milestones, apply for local grants and scholarships, become Serve and Safe certified, because I need that to open a food industry business, and work around importation restrictions due to COVID right now. So my team includes my family, mentors, local business owners, and a small business development corporation in LaGrange. So thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
About 4 minutes for questions.
Great job on your presentation. I've also traveled to Haiti, not as many times as you have, and your first slide almost made me start crying again just thinking about those kids down there. I love the fact that you've got, from an entrepreneurial aspect, you're looking to fill a need. We don't have enough coffee. But then you're also looking at the human interest side. How can I make a difference in the world? And this is just my 2 cents. I think as consumers, you've got a lot of consumers who are willing to even pay a little more. You know, the coffee might be $1 at McDonald's, but you know what? I'll go across the street and pay a little more because I know where that's going. It's going to help some kids, it's going to help some families. And so I applaud you, and I sincerely hope that this is something you're able to launch and get off the ground. So I wish you nothing but the best and a great job on your presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation, and again, I love the way you started with a story, and the story grabbed people, and so that's awesome. My question ends up being, first, I had 2 thoughts. Number one, are you looking at coffee? Are you looking at, again, you talk about younger generation, are you looking at flavoring all this coffee and all that other stuff? And also, I noticed your expense on building was quite high. Have you thought or looked into lease opportunities and possibly what LaGrange in certain areas may offer in something like that?
Yes, I have. Thank you for your input. Yeah, and I've also looked at starting maybe just like a food truck to start off, get some capital, and then maybe turn it into a building. And then there's also another property in Wolcottville, which isn't right in LaGrange, that is a little cheaper, but I think that it would do better in LaGrange, so that's what I've been focusing on right now.
So first of all, great presentation.
Thank you.
And again, when you're speaking to people you don't know, you want to get their attention right away, and you certainly accomplished that, at least for me. But where in LaGrange are you going to put this place? Where are you going to open up shop at?
So I would like it somewhere right around 9 and 20, since that gets the most traffic flow. We've been trying to do some different like traffic pull information, but the last one was done like 10 years ago, so that has been kind of difficult. But yeah, I've looked at a couple places. There's a corner right on 9 and 20, but I found out they're getting ready to put apartments into there, so that was a no. But there was a property a couple miles down on 9 that I've been looking at as well.
Yeah, and then I'll just echo some of the comments from earlier about when you're starting something from scratch, doing a lease is not a bad idea, because then you're building sales, okay? And then once you become profitable, that's when you would talk to somebody like me at the bank about buying land and building your own shop or doing your own thing. But I also love the idea of the food truck. Those are extremely popular. And if you really want to hit a crowd like a factory or something like that, having the ability to be right there on site at shift change, at lunches, at breaks, things like that, it can be the difference between a business that does okay from a revenue perspective and a business that does a really nice job from a revenue perspective. So well done.
Thank you very much.
Yep, final comment.
I too enjoyed the presentation. I love a great hook in a presentation that just draws people in and connects us to that. I too, like when you mentioned the food truck, I kind of perked up because I think that's a great way for new entrepreneurs to really kind of get a flavor of what it's like to run a business, just getting all the kinks worked out versus just starting it up and you're like, you know, you don't know what you don't know. So I think that's a great idea and definitely something to be considered, or even if it's just, you know, renting a place at a local. I know like DeKalb County Fair is always the one. My church does a little thing down there, and it's great because we can work out the kinks, and it's only for a week, and it's kind of nice and easy to do. So definitely, some great ideas there.
Thank you.
Well, welcoming JCM Aviation. Present from the table with the wireless. Toggle your slides to the right. You can also present from here if you choose. Okay. And I'll have a timer once you decide to get started. So to the right, and you want to keep this above the podium when you try to toggle or it won't work.
Okay.
All right?
Yep. Okay, hi there. My name is Jensen Miller. I'm here to present to you JCM Aviation Maintenance, timely maintenance here or there. I am 18 years old. I'm a young entrepreneur. How I got into aviation is when I was exactly 14 years old. I used to watch the crop dusters and, you know, low-level flying ag aircraft around my house, and I was like, I want to do that. So, or be a part of that. So I went to Kendallville Municipal Airport and see if I can get lessons. and now I am flying currently, and I have 12 hours in, working my way to a private pilot license. And then I'm going to attend in the fall Vincennes Aviation Tech Center. That's a 2-year program for learn about aviation maintenance, and I should be able to go from there and make my business a reality. So some problems I discovered, most of the mechanics are non-timely, they're expensive, they have unfair pricing, or they usually have poorly done jobs. That's scary to say, but, but I want to fix this, and yes, I have a solution. My solutions would be I would have a better work ethic than these customers. I would have better deal breakers with the bigger companies, and I'll get to the bigger companies here in a few slides. I would be working around the clock to make sure the job gets done correctly and on point, 100%, make sure my customer is happy. So my market size so far, I have found that the market size for the aviation maintenance industry is very small. If you're a smaller mechanic like I want to be, I don't want to work with the big airlines. That's a totally different ballgame. So I would start off with about 2 or 3 employees just till I get really going. And my only competitor around the northeastern Indiana would be Duncan Aviation, and they're in Michigan actually. They have about 20 different locations, and they can do about $300 million in annual sales, which is amazing. I mean, congrats to them. But see, they definitely need competition, so I'm here to present my business to give them some, something to fight for. Some existing alternatives, so like solo mechanics and local airport mechanics, they're different from what I am because I'm going to have my own land, considering my model up there and my own runway. Most of these mechanics rent out hangars at other airports and such, and that's more money to them in the long run. So I'm going to be saving myself money by owning my own land and not having really anybody to tell me what to do with it. So my business model, I'm a business to business and a business to consumer. So the bigger companies you see here, all these guys have something to do with aviation. So the big ones such as Beechcraft and Cessna, Lycoming, these are all the guys I want to be helping get in good with their businesses to help me help my customers. And here's some of the channels, so such as Beechcraft, Cessna, Hawker, Textron. These are the big guys. These are the guys that build parts for airplanes. They even build airplanes. So I want to get in good price deals for my customers and help order through these guys for my business to help put my business out there for my customers to use. So future milestones that I'm going to achieve: graduate Vincennes Aviation Tech Center, the 2-year program. Fly private jets to make my own money to help start working for this business to make it a reality. Because, like I said, I'm 12 hours in as a pilot, so I'm working my way up there to become a private jet pilot. I'm going to find some land, hopefully in northeastern Indiana, open up my business after building some hangars, have enough parking for a few aircraft, smaller aircraft. So my team that has helped me through this all so far would be Tamara Maxey, Bob Allball, Sherry Johnston, Beth Sherman, Nicole Hefflinger, Nick's Flying Service, and RAI. RAI is a private jet company that I have interned for, really great people. Nick's Flying Service is a crop dusting community. That's what I work for currently right now. I help out with crop dusting, mostly filling the airplane, but mostly filling the airplanes and maintenance things because it's a really good hands-on experience and it helps me get ready for what I want to do. All these people, they're amazing. It's really been an honor to have them help me make this business real. So what will JCM Aviation Maintenance be able to do? We'll be able to do airfoil repair, wings, stabilizers, ailerons, flaps, elevators, and rudders. So your green wings would be your ailerons, your purple would be your flaps, your blue would be your elevators, and your red would be your rudder. These are all the main important key factors in wings, stabilizers that fly your own aircraft. We'd be able to do fuselage repair, which is the body of the aircraft, antennas, landing gear, which is external work, antennas, comms, internal seats. So like most people want to change out their seats or have new colors or get an upgrade to leather from fabric. We would do dashboard tech, so like all your engine gauges and stuff like that. Then your actual engine, and make help creating your engine. Aircraft painting, that's a new one. I wanted to help put in a aircraft painting booth so I can, do new paint jobs. And Duncan Aviation also does do this, but I thought it'd be neat if I could do it to smaller aircraft. They do it from private jets and up, but I want to be able to do it for the smaller guys that have like bush planes or stuff that they want to make themselves customizable to. So my estimated cost for this company, it's going to be a really big number because, everything in aviation is very expensive. So land is about $260,000 with about $1,500 in land tax because I'm going to have a grass runway, so that's going to be way cheaper. Grass is also better on landing gear, better than asphalt. I won't have to worry about asphalt cracking and everything, so that's another plus. Hangars about $40,000. That's just the shell of the hangar. Tools about $30,000 to $70,000 because, once again, very expensive. You have to have specific tools. Personal plane. So the reason I have personal plane because there's a niche to my company. I want to be able to fly to my customers that can't get off the ground to come to me. Most other mechanics won't do this. So I want to have a two-way communication with my customers and make sure that they know that I care about them. And that's going to cost me about $40,000. The paint booth is about $40,000 to $50,000 because painting in an airtight sealed painting booth is very important for an aircraft. So the paint doesn't chip. You want everything sealed properly. The paint equipment about $5,000 to $7,000. So like spray guns and hoses and such. So I'm looking. My business to get it started and fully operational ready is about $416,500 to $500,000. Thank you. Are there any questions?
So we got about 2.5 minutes for questions, so pretty close on this one.
Yeah, just a couple comments. Good job. I like the detail. Lots of detail there.
Thank you, sir.
I like the logos on there. We call that in venture capital the NASCAR slide. So that was good. To put specific names on there is a very good thing. So I appreciate you putting that on there in terms of channels, et cetera.
Thank you.
One other thing I would say is on the financials, it seemed pretty realistic. So a lot of presentations, somebody needs $500 or $1,000. Like you probably need hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more.
That price will be very varied and fluctuated a lot, considering.
Do you have to build a runway, and do you need FAA approval to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I would at least have to have somebody come out and check it out, but it's just going to be a grass runway, open, both areas. Hopefully there's no power lines on each side of the road. I'd have to get a few like lights and runway markers and such like that, but.
Okay.
Really like the passion in your presentation, and really nice, pleasing presentation. My question is, it sounds like you're going up against some big boys too.
Yes.
And have you done a cost analysis to look at what are things that you can't compete against? Like I am sure they can buy things at 30, 40% less than you might be able to, and things that you don't have to purchase and more is labor intensive of you. And have you thought about that angle a little bit?
Yes, I have. So that's the problem, though. Is like they already have an in. They have footsteps already in the door, and I don't. So that's going to be the hardest part is getting myself out there. But I think I can advertise better than they can, and hopefully Hopefully, I can stand my chance against those big boys, and then try. I would definitely try to get my stuff out there, and then have more customers come to me, and then hopefully I can do better work than they can. It's whatever they want to choose. The customer. It's really up to the customer. So, thank you.
I'm not a pilot, but I know a couple of guys who are, and I'm amazed at how small and knit that community is here, especially in Northeast Indiana. If you're a pilot in Northeast Indiana, you probably know a majority of the other pilots, especially, regardless of who you fly for. So I'm thinking on this type of, and again, our marketing expert here could help me out, but I'm thinking from a marketing standpoint, it's almost a word of mouth. I mean, to me, I saw those pilots talking to each other. Where do you go? What do you do for this, to get this done or that done? How'd they do on that repair for you? And if you're able to deliver on that and you build that niche, to me, I think especially there is a shortage of what you're proposing to do. So there is a need just even having a competitor there. They can't, they're behind. I know that as well. So I think you've had a great opportunity here to make a real business and really make a name for yourself in this industry.
Closing comments or thoughts? Just
Just a, oh, I'm sorry. Just a quick thought on that. I really like your thought process and your ideas for that. I agree. Word of mouth is going to be your best venture there. And you might actually consider kind of structuring your business, take it in small chunks and build up. It's a huge cost, yes, of course, but you can really start that word of mouth just by that maintenance portion and then add on and add on and add on from there, which I think will help be a little bit more scalable for you. And then again, just get more well-known and let that word of mouth really help prove, actually really help move your marketing along.
Thank you.
So here's why I think people like you are successful in this. This is your career. This is exactly what you want to do, and I can hear that when you talk about it, okay? And my only thought as a banker, okay, what do you really need to start this business? Do you really need the hangar year one? Do you, but no, you probably need some form of transportation because you're gonna have to go places.
Yep.
Probably gonna need a certain amount of tools and equipment, things like that you can transport, okay? So I just would challenge you to think about, what do I want to do year one, year two, year three, and then, go to that bigger, because I see this as a viable plan. I'm just trying to get you to maybe think a little differently about how to get there and the steps that it might take to get there without borrowing a bunch of money, okay? And we are in business to lend money.
Thank you
But
very
very
much.
good job.
Thank you very much.
I would invite hometown heroes to the stage. First slide is up. You can use this mic, wireless mic. I'll press start when you go. I would encourage you to keep this above the podium. The slides on top. Ready? All right.
My name is Logan Jordan.
I'm Jason Rose.
And this is our business, Hometown Heroes. So we have recently found a problem with a community disconnect between our high school athletes and our youth athlete community. And along with this problem, we have also found a lack of memorabilia for high school athletes.
So the solution that we came across was sport trading cards that you have in front of you. And on the front is a picture of you and the sport that you play. And on the back, it includes a bio of you and then also your career achievements.
So our initial target market will include youth athletes within our local youth community, local fans and family of the athletes that will be on our cards, and then the 2,000 plus students that are within the DeKalb Central School District. Then after we establish ourselves within our initial target market, we plan on moving into local small colleges like Trine University and other places like that.
So the market competition that we have is several photographers and then also several sport trading card companies like Don Russ and Topps.
And Jostens is also one of our competitors, as they do all the local sports photography and offer different packages right now currently for our athletes. So our business model, our initial sports card, which you have our physical prototype out in front of you right now. This is not what our actual product will look like. Our actual product will consist of a actual 3x5 standardized card. We'll be buying this from mytradingcards.com. Our photographer, we are still looking at to get the details sorted out with that, but it is going to be my stepsister. We're just looking at cost-wise. Our sponsor will be covering the cost of the actual shipment of the sports cards. And we are actually talking to Big Red Sports, which is a local sports business in Auburn. And our cards will consist of DeKalb High School athletes. Our cards will be sold at high school sporting events, and then once youth sports gets started up again, we will be moving into the youth athletic community as well. And then our cards will be sold in packs of randomized standard 5-card packs. We'll be offering a team pack, which will consist of the 14 or 15 cards of everyone on the team. And once we get more established, we'll be offering more special edition packs as well.
So our marketing would be event presence from us at youth and high school athletic events, word-of-mouth promotions, and also display. And then the products would be randomized packs, team packs, and specialty packs, which would be for like seniors, and then also if they would like special designs on certain cards.
So our goals and future milestones will be moving to all sports, not just the current baseball and softball spring sports. Then we also plan on moving into multiple high schools once we get ourselves established within our own. And by the end of the spring sports season, our goal is to make $1,000 in profit.
Our team is me and Logan as co-founders, photographer, which would be Logan's stepsister, and then our mentor would be Mrs. Johnson.
So our ask and use of funds will be to purchase our actual supply, which would be the packaging, and then we'll need more inventory for our cards as well. And thank you.
About 6 minutes for questions.
Tell me about, nice job on the presentation. I enjoyed it. Tell me about how you plan to actually sell the packaging. Is it something they can order online? Is it going to be a booth at various places? Talk to me more about that.
Thank you. And we'll have a booth, which will be near the concession stand at our local high school. And so that will be how we sell our products.
So I was going to say, so after you go outside of DeKalb County, like what does it look like next? Do you continue regionally? Are there certain traits in areas that you're looking for that you would try to expand this beyond?
Really, whatever opportunity is presented to us. Once we get out of DeKalb County, ideally, we probably will be moving into different high schools around the area, like in Steuben and Noble County, or even Allen County, but just what presents itself first for us and what makes the most sense for us as a business.
Very nice presentation and very nice flow in the way you guys interacted with each other there. My question is, I'm looking at a big player like Justin there, and they come in, they take the team picture, and then part of their package is they have their trading cards and all this type of stuff. What is going to make you guys different than what they're offering, and why would somebody use your services when they're in on just about every athletic team there is? I'm sure you've thought about that, and I'm just kind of curious on what you're thinking there.
Right. Thank you, and then that's a good question. Well, we looked at the Jocelyn's Sports Pack, and they actually do not offer like a physical trading card. They offer more of like the photo wallets or like the big frames that you get for, say, your grandparents or parents, which is why like we mentioned the problem with the lack of memorabilia for high school athletes, because as a high school athlete myself, that pack doesn't really apply to me. And so this will be something more where I could get for myself and then show my kids later on and grandkids and everything like that, something cool that I had from my high school days. And so also with that, we offer more, it's more personable for the student athlete, as the back of the card it won't consist of stats, but it will consist of, say you're a senior and you won all conference last year, or you're part of the sectional team. And it'll offer that, and then along with a personal bio written up by either one of your players or one of the coaches on the team.
So I don't necessarily have a question. I will say great job on the presentation, guys. But I just wonder what Tom Brady's senior year sports card, trading card, I wonder what that value would be today. You know, so as I think about things like this that are niche products, you guys aren't trying to make millions of dollars, right?
Right.
You're trying to make some money off of an idea that probably your folks, because you both look athletic. You've probably been involved in athletics. Your family members, your friends would like to have something like this. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, it's just a great idea. And as you guys were presenting, that was kind of the thought that came to my head. I wonder if Tom Brady had one from his senior year in high school, what the price on the internet would be for that particular card right now.
Right.
And that's kind of the novelty thing that you've got going. So really nice job.
Thank you.
Any other closing comments? All right. I would welcome the Makeup Lab to the stage. So you can use the podium mic or the wireless mic. Your slides are now queued up on stage, and I'll start a timer when you get started.
Okay, thank you.
And I would encourage you keeping this above the podium so that it can actually read. All right. There you go.
Hi, I'm Trinity, and I'm here with the Makeup Lab. So the problem is people buy makeup or palettes, and they only get it for one specific shade, or they only want like one specific shade. And I've had this problem. I buy like hundreds of palettes because I like one shade, or like there's two I like, but I only like a couple of shades, so I have to buy both of them. And this is a huge problem because people will destroy it, and it gets expired. And the average person wastes about 6,000 beauty products in their lifetime, which is over $300,000. And women have admitted to only using 10% of the beauty products that they do buy. So the solution is my company, the Makeup Lab. I'm developing a business to help avoid less makeup waste with palettes that have the shades that you want. They're reusable and recyclable. I'm sorry. The market size is about $483 billion, and the eyeshadow company is about $15 billion. And these are my competitors. These are my biggest competitors are ColourPop, Makeup Geek, and Ulta Beauty. As you can see on the first, you can see that they eat the shades that they all have. I haven't put mine because I haven't got that far yet. But you can see that the prices for 12 shades, it's $24. And then the types of shades they have. So is it like glitter, or is it like nude, colored? And then how many palette sizes they have. So like, is it only 24 colors? So on. My business model. I like my business to be direct to customers. I say that because I want it to be accurate. I don't want to give it to some store for them to start selling and my customers not get what they want. I don't want them to feel like they can't like really choose, I guess, since I feel like if I put it in a store, they won't have as many options as if it was online, me giving it to them. I'm sorry. Okay, my market strategy. I want it to be directed towards those that are 14 to 30 of any sex. I say that because young kids start tending to use makeup. According to new folks, around the age of 11 and beyond, people start getting interested in makeup. That's why I think 14 is a good age, because they really start to use it. My progress today, I'm on the way to finishing prototyping, and then I want to start talking to investors and pitch more. My milestones, and I want to start prototyping, start a website, pitch to more investors, and start selling my product. This is my team. It's just me. That might change in the future, but for right now, it's just me. And funds. I'll be asking for about $5,000. The reason for that is because I can start testing different formulas and seeing things that might work, might not, and then I can start packaging and selling. That's it. Thank you for your time.
We have about 6 minutes for questions.
I should say, I love the statistics right away at the problem. When you talk about the problem, you had very hard statistics that helps us kind of really figure out how big the opportunity is there. I guess one question I have for you, so you're talking about kind of what makes this recyclable? Like what the solution to it, what makes it different than how they're doing it today?
So basically when you get a custom palette, they put it in like a square and it has the shades like built into it. But what I want to do is I want to make it magnetic, so like you can take the colors out and put new ones in. Or if you order some, you can get like different size trays so that you can fit more in it or less in it.
Okay, cool, thank you.
So I know zero about makeup other than I'm realizing how much my wife spends on makeup apparently. So I think your concept is really interesting, and I agree what we said about leading off with your data and your statistics was really powerful. I'm curious on the prototyping side. Again, I have no idea how this works, but when you're talking about prototyping makeup that's going to go on people's faces, obviously you have to make sure it's safe and not, not going to cause allergic reactions, and I'm sure there's a whole list of things. How do you see yourself as kind of a startup going through that process to identify what your unique blends of makeup is going to be for you?
So what I kind of want to do is I want to, how do I say this? I want to make it so I will test it out myself. I'm not going to put it on animals. I'm not going to put it on, I don't want to do that. But I'll test it out myself, and I want to make it so that so it doesn't stain your eyelid, because I use a lot of makeup and that it will stain my eyelid, so I'll use like a pink, and the next day I'll have pink all over my eyelid, and I'll be like, no. So I want to test it and see what works and what doesn't work, and I want to make it to where it's not going to stain your eyelid or it's not going to give you an allergic reaction. I'm sorry.
I'm a makeup expert. Not really. So, but here's how something like this could be really attractive to somebody like me. I think back to my bathroom, and every drawer is full of these little cases, and they're stacked up on the counter from time to time. And then I have my little tiny space, right? I get more space in that bathroom because of what you're doing. So I love your idea, and it was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to echo that I really like the presentation, and I like that thought of the customizing and whatever. You've mentioned eyeshadows. I've got two questions. One is, do you plan on then branching out at some point for that? And then the second question is, have you done some research on, as you talked about the testing when you answered the previous question, what does it take to be able to sell your product to someone else? What kinds of things, licensing or that type of thing, does it take?
I guess I really haven't thought about licensing. I mean, if it does take a license, I will obviously go that way and get the license. And then, I'm sorry, what was your other question? I'm so sorry.
You know what, I'm so sorry because I don't remember my first question.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, are you planning on expanding out of eyeshadow into
yes,
other?
I want to in the future, but at first I want to make sure that the eyeshadow is going to be what customers really do want. I don't want to like branch out to all these different things and customers don't even like in the first place. So I want to start like small and then expand.
I really like the research you put into what you did. That was awesome.
Thank you.
What happens to the one thing I heard in your research, and I'm just kind of curious, what happens after age 30? Remember you said it was age 14 to 30.
Oh.
And I was wondering what...
I'm sorry.
What?
I mean, I guess anybody could use it, but I guess I feel like, I don't really know. I feel like anybody could use it then. I guess it's like 14 and on. We could change that. I like that.
I was just going to make one last question. So anytime that I'm looking at a company, I'm thinking about how quickly can they go to market? How quickly can they test something in the market? So I'm curious, is your value proposition more on the makeup itself or the packaging of the makeup? Because if it's on the packaging of the makeup, why can't you use existing makeup now and just repackage it differently and just sell a brand around the packaging?
I mean, we could, but I want to make it to where there's more shades than what to offer, because on my previous slide, you've seen that at the top there was like the number of shades they had, and it was like some were really low and some were really high. I want to have it higher so that they have a more range, because when I wanted to get custom palettes because I have so many, and I just waste them all because I only use like 3 of the like 5, I'm sorry, 3 of like the 10. And so I want to make it to where you pick what you want and it goes in there. And I'm sorry.
Okay, Mike. I'm going to tell you that after age 30, you start to choose a different palette.
No, I'm sorry.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I would encourage you. I know that Mary Kay has actually offered a type of product like this where you can mix and match the palettes. So they might be a really great company for you to use as a research, like what are they doing? What palettes are they offering? I know they offer seasonal things and such. So a great company to research, and maybe some first initial steps for you might even just to create a survey for your friends and say, you know, what are your favorite colors? What are the ones that you're most looking for? And that gets you started and can help you really narrow down what you want to offer. And then all these other decisions about colors and packaging and stuff will come down the line as well. But it'll get you started. Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would invite Next Gen Kicks to the stage. Right. So either this mic, or you can use the wireless and toggle to the right button. Keep this above the podium, or it will not signal. Okay. And then I'll start the timer, and the timer will be right here, so 10 minutes in total. So when you get started, I'll start it. And you can pull your mask down. Okay.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Terrell,
My name is Cameron Gorenser.
and our business today is Next Gen Kicks, and our slogan is limiting your carbon footprint one step at a time.
So the problem we're trying to address is the negative ecological impact that the manufacturing of shoes has on the environment. Out of the 20 billion pairs of shoes produced within the U.S. each year, 1.5% end up in landfills. And while that may seem small when you look at it as a percentage, that's still a staggering 300 million plus shoes ending up in landfills annually in the U.S. alone. Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go. Okay. And then just, there you go.
Our solution to address this issue is to create an eco-friendly and biodegradable shoe, along with having an interchangeable sole to utilize when they wear out, to have it interchangeable. Our customers will choose our shoes than others because it's a unique choice of materials in the biodegradable and environmentally friendly materials, and it's also sustainable.
So many companies are switching to biodegradable and eco-friendly materials, such as tail lights made from coffee husks, cutlery from corn. There are several shoe companies out there that have attempted to switch to more eco-friendly options. However, we feel that they're not holding their promise towards sustainability, and they're simply not doing it right. A lot of shoe companies will offer what's called eco-rubber, is one perfect example, which is only made from 10% recycled rubber. A, it's such a small percentage, and B, it's still the same harmful rubber that's being used, even if it's been repurposed. Oh, sorry.
Our market size, our market would consist of people who are conscious about the shoes that they buy, also people who wear down their shoes often, like, for example, nurses, teachers, young adults, doctors, and athletes. Our market would reach the people not looking to spend a lot of money on a good, sustainable pair of shoes. Talking to athletes in particular, I'm an athlete, so I go through about 3 pairs of shoes because of the soles. Playing basketball, you lose the traction and grip because of the dust on the floor, so it would be nice to have a company who could just resole my shoe, and so I don't have to go out and spend more money on another pair.
So what makes our shoes different is they're not only affordable, but they're also eco-friendly at the same time. Unlike our competitors, we offer a more eco-friendly product for a fairer price, and we believe that we'll be able to exceed because offering both of these things are important to our target market. Up there, you can see some of our competition or competitors. A lot of these companies are making eco-friendly shoes, but a lot of them offer only one style or design, which may not fit everyone's needs or what they personally look for in a shoe. And so by creating a line of biodegradable shoes, we feel that we can reach a broader target audience.
So the price of our shoes would range between $60 and $70, depending on what design and model you decide to choose. The price for the resoling of the shoe would be between $20 and $30. And we first plan on selling a few designs at first and then expanding to multiple designs from there. We also plan to offer a membership and subscription-based part, so then it would offer deals and coupons to entice customers to buy, and the subscription and membership package would be $10 every 6 months, so they're only spending $20 a year on it.
So a recent study showed that 70% of Americans care about the environment and the impact of the products they buy on it. 75% were millennials. 75% of millennials felt that they were willing to pay more for an environmentally sustainably product. 63% for Gen Z, 64 for Gen X, and 57 for boomers. We would promote our eco-friendly values as a business and implement advertising and marketing campaigns to do this.
We would also be a direct consumer and e-commerce enabled business as well. So some of the traction that we have, we've interviewed a lot of potential customers in our age group and who are older, and they like the idea of the interchangeable sole and the biodegradable and environmentally friendly materials that we use. Some things they said that we can improve upon is expanding our target market to a larger audience, so trying to fit more needs of more people. Like athletes. And some project milestones that we plan to have, we want to blueprint and construct a prototype pair of actual shoes. We also want to create partnerships with major retail companies and build an online store. We have a prototype here if you guys would like to see it.
It is a 3D printed model of one of these styles of soles that we could use, specifically for boots or tennis shoes. We would plan to make a larger model to which we could cast and then build a rubber sole from. So this is our team, me and Gabrielle, as we've introduced ourselves. And our generation is one that is going to be impacted the most by environmental issues. So we have the opportunity right now to make a positive change and impact the environment with our business and product, and that is why we are here.
So our initial ask for funding would be around $4,000 just to construct an actual prototype to actually show what our shoe would actually look like. We would also use the funding to conduct more manufacturing and functional realistic prototypes. We also want to know a little more about the distribution and manufacturing that would actually need to occur in our business. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
About 3 minutes for questions.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Really good presentation. I love the details. You hit on every single one of the points with statistics. I like the problem that you're trying to solve. You know your audience that you're trying to sell it to. It's actually a problem that I've thought about myself, and I think that it's. I don't know that I have actually any questions for you. I think you did a really, really good job. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
So I'll echo those comments. Probably the most detailed presentation we've seen much of the day, and really well done and put together. I have a question, but it's not so much a question that I want you to ask, but I want you to think about. Why is it that these global shoe companies aren't already solving this problem? You know, it just makes me think about that. And there's got to be a reason for it, because your concept is great, okay? And as you take this and go to the next step and the next step, it's just really a cool idea, and I really appreciate what you did today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice presentation. I think what I was most impressed by is that you really nailed the demographics and really showed some really good research as far as that. I'm trying to figure out, when you talk about the sole, and I'm thinking about cushioning, sole, I mean, what part of the shoe is recycled? What's the age of this? In other words, the sole has so much of a lifespan, but how about the rest of the shoe? Any thoughts on any of that?
So for the sole, for at least as a rubber component, we looked into para rubber, which is used by curing the sap of the hevea tree. It's a very eco-friendly option. It biodegrades well. In terms of the lifespan, that would be where us creating a prototype and researching it, but we don't anticipate we anticipate it wearing down as a normal rubber shoe would, because it's a very durable rubber, just like synthetic rubber. And so we don't necessarily anticipate it being biodegradable, shortening the lifespan of the shoe. Something that we didn't mention, but I always have an issue with, is microplastics. You know, they get in our water, they're in our salt supply, they're everywhere. And even things like polyester, washing your clothes, it takes those fibers and, you know, puts them into the water table. And as your shoes wear out, you may not think about it, but if your entire sole wears out, that's microplastics you've just left everywhere. And so even wearing out as a biodegradable option, you're not having those adverse effects for the environment. For midsole, we talked about doing an EVA foam that's algae-based, so you wouldn't just have the hard rubber, you could have some cushion in as well.
Final comment?
Can I ask 2 questions?
Yes.
First question is, what really would be the first type of shoe that you think would be the best one to start with?
I personally like the Converse style of shoe. I don't know what Gabby likes.
Like a more casual style shoe to start out with, something that everybody can kind of wear. It's not directed toward, like, say, athletes or something. It's a everyday type shoe.
So are you really, for this particular product, are you really kind of aiming more towards the athletic side?
Later on, we want to do that because we know that's an issue, but we kind of want to include more people than just athletes, because that's already a big market out there. And so to be able to reach more demographics of people, we want to start out with more a casual-based shoe.
I also think in terms of prototyping, like a flat top style of shoe would be the first one to make, because it's easy to design.
Great. I know that I'm a shoe lover myself, and a big trend for the ladies' fashion is the recyclable shoes. So I'm thinking Rothy's, Allbirds, and Allbirds recently launched publicly with their IPO, and they too kind of went down that environmentally eco-friendly shoe and actually had to pull back on that. So I would probably echo some of the comments previously. To me, there's obviously got to be something in there that perhaps it's just how quickly things break down and such, but I think you have an amazing idea. I know the industry is definitely headed that way, and there's a lot of people very much interested in those types of items. So I would completely encourage you to continue on this path and keep exploring, but definitely look at investigate these other companies and see, can you start putting together the bigger picture of why is it so hard to create that completely eco-friendly shoe for the market. Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would invite our final presenter for the afternoon, Confidence and Beauty, to the stage. keep it above the podium. You're welcome to use this mic or the wireless mic, and I'll start your timer when you start it. Thank you.
Hello, judges. My name is Yoanira Sakureri Manikisuizo, and my business is called Confidence and Beauty. As we have noticed in society, society has always set expectations for us to follow. If we were too big, then they would judge us. If we were too skinny, then they would still judge us the same way. But confidence and beauty changes that. My company, Confidence and Beauty, is developing a modeling service to help fashion models stay updated on trends by trying new outfits and clothes. Along with the package, we have a self-care box to help them feel confident in themselves and build their self-esteem. We can sell products by advertising for the products and trying to get people to buy it. We can also put up posters about the products so more people would know about it. Our total addressable market is 2,350 models, and our target market is 2K. My company is different from other companies because it makes people feel good about themselves and in their own skin. We allow any size, any body type, any skin color to feel special about themselves and to boost their confidence and self-esteem. 2K customers will pay $50 per year if they sign up on our website. For our beachhead market, we are going to be enthusiastic about the products that we are selling on ads. We want our customers to think that this is a business that accepts everyone as who they are. By last year, we wanted to make 7K, so after a year, we expect to have $104,000 because the prices are $50 per item. By this year, we expect to have 86K, and it's going to be the same price as last year. And by next year, we are going to raise the price range by $5. Money managers. We are going to have 2 money managers. He or she will have experience in managing money, and if they don't, the other money manager will train he or she to know how to manage money. We are going to have 2 salesmen person go out in public and hand out products, and 2 salesperson sell them online. There are going to be 5 photographers taking pictures of the models and have the salespeople post their pictures online, where they are modeling for the clothes. Questions, comments?
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Help me, wondering, where are your clothes coming from that the participants are going to be sampling and using?
Well, my partner today was supposed to come with the self-care box and the clothes, but unfortunately she's not here. So later on we'll show the clothes and the self-care box.
Well, props for you for being up there without your partner today. That takes a lot.
Thank you.
I really like the name of your company. That is so cool. Really giving out a nice message. You also were very thorough on who it's going to take to make this happen. As you look at this, you talked about your partner wasn't here, and you did do a wonderful job filling in there for your partner also. What was going to be in, what were some of the things that she was possibly going to show, or he was going to show?
Well, she was going to show the face cream, the body cream, and like all of the like perfume and everything like that, so that like it's for like men and women. So it's not gonna be for women. It's just like only gonna be like for both genders. And we would usually have like these clothes that would make us look good, but it was again, she's not here, so we can't.
So your company's mission is very inclusive, okay? You also touch on some other things that are really hot button items right now that people and consumers are really looking for, okay? The fact that you're talking about models of all ages and sizes and shapes and colors. So when I think of what you're talking about, you know, you're talking about photographers and selling things online. Have you excluded like the social media aspect or the channel there, or do you want to expand on that a little bit? Like, because I think of YouTube where, you know, people try out different products and stuff like that, and that might be another channel for you that really could be a good revenue driver. So that's the first question. Second question is, you show that you've already made a little bit of money. Are you actually doing this already, or was that just kind of showing us an example?
That was kind of like, sort of like showing you like an example and of like how like I want to expand. And also we're gonna have like a social media platform on Instagram where they can view our clothes in the self-care box.
Nice job. I commend you as well. Sometimes it's hard to go on when you don't have the other person you're used to. I'm gonna second the social media thing. I think this is one of those really great products that word of mouth and utilizing pictures and posts from your followers who are using your products will really help sell your product in the long time, in the future. Sorry, it's a long day. So yeah, I think you've got a lot of potential here, and I wish we could have seen the box. I'm sure that would have been super fun. But you've painted a really nice picture of it overall. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think a lot of people could attach to the mission that you're trying to do here, and I think that you could get a lot of following behind that. So I think that that's really great. What do you think is your biggest challenge in trying to launch this product or this company right now?
My biggest, well, like it might be hard for like other people to accept that like they don't think that other people are like that they don't think that they should judge other people, because there are a lot of people that disagree with me because they think that it's free to like judge people as who they are, and I think that's what's going to be my biggest problem in this business.
So you think just society accepting what you're trying to do is kind of one of the challenges, just based on norms? Oops.
Try again. Oh, battery probably died on. You can come over to this mic. Yeah. You're gonna have to stay there. Go ahead.
I just think society's going to like try to like allow and accept like my idea and like change their perspective of how like they view like people, as in like big or skinny or any type of body type they are. So
Good answer.
thank
It's
you.
a noble mission.
Any other closing questions, comments? All right. Well, thank you very much. The judges are going to go to the green room and deliberate over the afternoon panel of participants, and we will be back at approximately 2:30 to announce the award winners for the entrepreneurial business competition. I'd encourage all of the right. So what we've all been waiting for, and I appreciate your patience, we have something that has uniquely never happened in our 9-year history. And the deliberation, we are tardy because the judges, we worked diligently to come about this. So we actually have 2 co-first place winners, and we are going to disperse that in an equal split of $750 to each of those. And so I would like to call to the stage, which one do you have there? I'm going to call it Palette of Love because I horribly butchered it the first time. And I am going to call Advanced Physical Therapy to the stage, please. Afterwards, we will have to get some specifics for the actual. Okay, so congratulations.
I would just announce to the winners to come.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So we would also like to acknowledge a honorable mention of Amos and Samuel. We don't have a prize for that, but we will be distributing plaques to the participants. We would ask that any of the announced winners, either the morning or afternoon, if you're still here, we would like to do a group photo for our press release, if you could stay after. And then specifically, I myself, because I don't get to be a judge and I don't get to comment on the presentations, so I have individual business info that I would like to share with Amos and Samuel, JCM Aviation, and Hometown Heroes that I'm not allowed to add or interject in the presentations, but I have stuff that I would like to share with you guys on some business opportunities afterwards. So again, I would like to thank every participant. Absolutely amazing what we see every year from the bright and shining entrepreneurs and technology folks that are our next generation. It's encouraging for all of us that are only 2 times your age, right? So thank you, and if those winners could stay after for a photo.